Hello, Buckaroo. When did I pass from baby boy to Buckaroo? What is this? What is this? Hello, butter. Hello, night. Hello, my dear Oompa Loompa. I feel like my mic is too low. What the hell? Is my mic going down on its own? I don't know. What the heck? What? You have a problem with me calling you my Oompa Loompa? You wanna call my cutie patootie? I can. Father party. I'm acting. Shake my body. Yeah, I'm sorry, cause I'm not right getting naughty, naughty, naughty. I'm not Oompa Loompa, honey. Oh, you are to me. You're smaller than me. So you're my Oompa Loompa, you know? Cutie patootie? Yeah. Do you wanna be my cutie patootie? Butter? Do you? Naughty. Yeah, 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 yeah. Naughty. Yes, Dad. I mean, yeah, sure. I see. I see how it is. No, someone's having fun calling me honey. That's becoming my nickname now. No more nag, just honey. I would usually let you guys listen to a song, but I don't wanna. I don't wanna get the restriction on YouTube video. You know, it's kind of annoying. It is kind of annoying. If you wanna know, I'm listening to Horizon Naughty. That's what I'm listening to. But anyway, how are you guys? How are you? How are you, my Oompa Loompa, my cutie patootie? What is this stream already? What is going on already in my stream? It's supposed to be a cute, innocent stream, you know, wholesome, finishing the game. I want to do drag one day just for fun. You who shy like like I don't know what, but you just like ultra super shy. You want to do drag? Sure, why not? I like to party, party. Wear the our maid outfit dress first. I'm still waiting for our maid outfit, you know. The morning, naughty, 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 naughty. Is my nightbot working or not? What's that outside? I'm up tonight. I'm not sure what they mean. He command. What means? Huh? Huh? My brain is going like, huh? Just huh? Huh? Drag? You know guys who like dress up like woman and go on stage with a like very extravagant personality, I would say. That, you know, drag queen. This. Like that? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you wanna try it better? Yeah. I wanna be 2B. I see that someone likes 2B's ass. I see. I see how it is. Hey, don't call me out like that. Please, you know I always call you out. Calling people out is my hobby. Yep, we're good. Okay, let's change scene and let us slowly start the game. It's only I've read on Google, but it's like 2 hours or something like that. I'm not sure. So let's do it. Please, there you go. So last time we chose what was our job and stuff. We said something about something, you know. We said stuff about stuff, you know. Yeah. Hello, Arma. How are you doing, Arma? Hope you had a good day so far. Arriving just at just have a moment where we start the game. Not bad. Not bad. I'll tell you that. Wait, I'm not comfortable. There you go. Okay. No, not okay. Okay, now we're okay. Actually, a very good day. It is, and you? Yeah, for me too. I didn't do anything special, but I don't know. I was in a good mood today. I'm bad in that, you know, annoying mood. I wanna annoy everybody. Your family members went through the same kind of link into independence. Lisa and Lee both eventually earned degrees and started fantastic careers in new towns. But your mom's and Cove's father still live on that same street as they had for all those years before. It was comforting to you that there were some things that remained in the old neighborhood. As despite the ever-changing reality of your adult life, your friends were still your friends. Though of course, things weren't exactly the same for them either. Very recently, Terry publicly came out as a man. Oh! And switched the spelling of his name to a Y instead of an I. Okay. He also confessed his love for Miranda, which she excitedly reciprocated. They moved in together recently in the city, out past Sunset Bird. Ooh. Does that mean Terry changed sex? Huh. I didn't expect that, but okay. Derek was as busy as always, but doing well. He always made an effort to keep in touch, and you even saw each other in person occasionally. One person who did disappear into the shuffle of memories inside your mind was Baxter. After his vacation in Sunset Bird one year, he was just gone. That was a loss, you felt. He had become someone you'd considered a friend during those days. And then this what became of the sad little boy you grew up with, Cove Holden. Your deep affection for him was something that continued to last and a bit what? Unabated over the years. But hopefully you could commit to each other even more someday. You didn't want your relationship to change what it was. You two you got engaged. He was your fiancé. The first one. He truly thrived in his continued effort of cultivating love and supportive relationship with his family and friends. You couldn't say his personality had changed exactly, instead it became more refined. Cove was a gentle, loyal, considerate man who took the lessons he'd learned over the years to treat the people around him with patience and understanding. When Cove eventually developed a picture of the future he wanted to have as an adult, it made perfect sense to you based on his interests. I wonder how old we are now. Cove decided against pursuing a degree and forced fully on building up a career. He got a small business in his own teaching surf lessons, and he still volunteered with Orca when his workload allowed it. As an adult, Cove also was able to recognize and have diagnosed that he was on the autism spectrum. It was something that hadn't been noticed by his doctors as a child, but he was still the same Cove he always was to you, and he was just glad to understand himself better. It thrilled you to see how happy and successful he'd grown up to be. Ooh. On the whole, life continued its steady beat forward, and you all went in with it down the paths you chose. It was strange and wonderful. But no matter how old you got, how far you roamed, or how long you were away, the home you had in Sunset Bird still called you back eventually. Ooh. The car rumbled down on the highway. You had started to zone out when a truck in the left lane loudly zoomed past. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The driver didn't remark on it. Just like anything else this trip, you went back to staring out the window, letting the scenery pass you by. You did appreciate the spacious back seat of your ride. You hadn't known exactly when you would be coming in, so you had decided to use a ride app rather than ask your moms to pick you up. By the way, what did you guys do today? Did you guys zoomed by a truck on the highway, maybe? It had turned out to be a convenient choice, sorry. You look forward to surprising your parents at the door. You smile at the thought of their face lighting up. I wonder what they look like now. Luckily, this hadn't been that big of a trip for you. You lived close enough that the travel hadn't turned into a big production. However, that didn't make the occasion mundane. For once, your mom had decided to have a modest celebration dinner for their anniversary. Unlike when you were growing up and they preferred not to make a big deal of it, this year they were comfortable having a party. As time went on, they had found being the center of attention easier to handle. You were happy to see it. With this going on, there was no way that either you or Liz would miss your mom's anniversary. Both of you made plans to come back home for it. You didn't hear from Liz about her exact schedule, but you hadn't shared yours either. It reminded you of when you were kids and both knew to show up for dinner, but didn't keep each other in the loop for each other's pre-dinner plans. This was the same concept after all. Something stayed the same, and yet it was definitely different from when you would see your sisters every day and knew sort of what she was doing anyways from Moses? What the hell is this? Today you had no idea. Things were always changing. You mused on how at times it was hard to believe you didn't live with your parents anymore, and yet you also couldn't imagine going back and living as a kid under their rules. Oh hell no, please no. No, not under rules, no. The rest of the drive flew by. Your silent driver provided a smooth ride. No sharp turns or hard stops jostled you out of your own head. Your thoughts turned from introspective to observant. The landscape passing by became more and more familiar. You frequently recognized the landmark that dotted the area. A grin came to your face as you passed the now entering sign for Sunset Bird. Excitement built within you. You were really here. You were doing this. Your driver turned off on a seat? No, turned on a street, and you realized that their map program was taking you the way home that map preferred. You usually would have used the other side street to pass by the beach. In no time at all, the car had gone through the whole of town and pulled in front of your mom's condo. The car slowed to a stop and parked. With the buzz of the highway gone, you realized that you could hear the familiar sounds of waves. The air smelled like a salt, and a rush of childhood memories flooded back. You started to gather your things and humming to yourself once more about how happy your moms would be to see you. After that, you notified everyone else that you made the trip safely. You pulled over your suitcase from the other seat and yanked at your bag from down near your feet. Tap tap. You startled at the sudden sound of tapping on glass. It caused you to pause. Did you really hear what you thought you did? You weren't entirely sure because you soon heard something else, the window the opposite side of the car rolling down. It confused you until you put it together that despite the driver's silence, you weren't actually alone in the car. The driver must have pressed the button. Someone had to be there. You turned your head to face the now open window. Sheesh. Looking good. Sheesh. There he was, leaning his arms across the window, your beloved Cove Holden. He beamed at you with one of his precious open smile.
Jamie!
Hi. Welcome home. Sheesh, that smile, excuse me. Dang. I was wondering how long I'd have to stand out here for you to make it. It's been a while, you know? Scream excitedly? Hell no. I've been the one waiting to see you. He snorted. We've both been waiting then. He then gripped the top of the car door and pushed half of his torso through the opening. Yes, please. That was enough to make the driver break the silence with a sharp "Hey!" Cove did not seem to notice and continued climbing in through the window. What the hell? He pushed one hand down to the middle seat to prop his dangling body up. He used his other hand to caress your cheek as he leaned in close as he could. I missed you. You smooshed across the seat and kissed him on the lips. You leaned over and kissed him on the forehead, covered his hands with yours, flicked his nose, did your best to hug him without knocking him down. Just a guess. He enthusiastically reciprocated. Man, just stop making complicated words. The arm holding him wobbled at your touch, and you could feel him smile under your smoosh. He was clearly struggling to avoid falling down and onto a cushion. You pulled back just a little to get a better view of his face. And now get out of the window, crazy person. I like this one. His body was shaken from the effort it took to maintain his precarious position. Look at this smile. He's so cute. Okay. Cole's smile turned awkward as his arm started to bend lower, causing his body to slide downwards with it. He turned his head to the driver. Sorry, I'm always causing trouble in this neighborhood. Cole shifted around some more and squirmed back the way he came. After he had successfully pushed out of the window and landed on the pavement with a thump, you opened your car door. This guy. You threaded your arms through the various straps of your bags and climbed out. Cove took a few long strides around the back of the car and quickly met you on your side. Thanks. Sheesh. Sheesh. Just sheesh. I like the shirt. Cove stood. I also like the tattoo. It's nice. Cove stood in front of you, and it struck you that the two of you were back in Sunset Bird, reunited once again on the street. Hello? Hello, Cat Minari. Hello, hello. Do you also like the shirt? Do you? Did I read this? I don't know. Cove stood in front of you, and it struck you that the two of you were back in Sunset Bird, rented once again on the street. Jumped into his arm, carefully punched, ruffled his hair, handed your hand out for a high five, fist bump, or shyly waved. After I don't know how long, shy, yeah, sure, absolutely. I'm jumping in his arms. Adol Cove is, yeah. I mean, even the 18 years old was kind of hard, but this version of him is like 20 on 10, you know, absolute smash. But you put down your luggage first. Yes, let's not hurt him, you know. You dropped your bags on the paved road and got a bouncing start to leap into Cove. He caught you, unsurprised at your action. When you were situated, he leaned back on the balls of his feet, of his heels, and fully lifted you off the ground. What? Okay. His goofy grin let you know just how much he was enjoying your enthusiastic embrace. Balls. Of course, you only care about the balls better. Of course. You were too tall for him to pick you up too far off the ground. That being said, he still gave his best effort, and you enjoyed the inch or so between your toes and the pavement. Before one last swing, he let you back down. On the balls. Wow. Yeah. You really were ecstatic to be around him again, and absolutely thrilled that it was here in this town where you were together. I'm just gonna go to the corner of my room and cuddle with my balls. Hey yo? Hey yo, sir? Even if it had only been a short time since you had seen him off, you had still missed Cove greatly. It somehow felt a lot longer. Given your different schedule and travel availabilities, it had worked out better for Cove to head out to Sunset Bird first. He only arrived the evening before, however, and secured the hotel room. Hotel room? Why not in this house? In this house right behind him, you know? Why not there? Oh, my bot is working today. Nice. Up to now, you'd never had to deal with that inconvenience of being in a tourist-heavy area. It was a fight to get a place to stay close by during the height of the summer vacation season. Living without him at your place was strange. Cove was basically a part of you at this point. You were glad to feel whole again. Oh, You immediately shifted your luggage, then it struck you that you were short one. You got out in such a hurry, it was left behind. You reached back into the car to put it out. Cove stood aside as you made a dash for the door. You shouldered the small bag and felt relief that you were able to brush your teeth tonight. Got everything this time? Just look at the way he's looking at us, like his smile. Just look at this. If a guy actually looks at you like that in real life, you pass out. What the hell? You stood up straight, everything truly gathered up and out of the car. You gave the backseat one last glance and then nodded. They didn't even look too good. They made him look way too good. This is a dangerous weapon here. This is a mass murder weapon. I think I left my heart in there. In that car, yeah, probably me too. Cove shut the car door after you had moved out of the way. The two of you stepped out off the street to give the driver some room. Cove waved. Sorry again. The driver said nothing and drove off. So to perfect it hurts. Yeah, I understand. I understand you. Absolutely, yes. With a word, yes, Nick, yes, absolutely. With the road clear, you let your gaze drift across the neighborhood that you had known forever. It was such a small place to spend so many days. You were flooded with memories of going up and down. Can you not say stuff like that? This street during every stage of your life. Being a little kid, following your big sister to the playground, becoming a teen and staying out late, and growing into an adult who left their parents' house behind to be independent. I thought we were gonna mention the day we were caught up sleeping in his bed. The last day of the summer. What the hell? You could feel the summer sun on your skin from all the time you headed out to the beach. You saw the same surroundings that you as a young adult did when living home. It was hard to quantify the amount of history you had here. And now you were back. Actually, you can't quantify it. It took like 8 streams to get here. Thank you very much. Despite taking in the neighborhood again, you never lost awareness of Cove's presence. From the corner of your eye, seeing him there was a very familiar sight as well. So many of your memories including him. Your mind drifted from the neighborhood itself to the person who used to live there. You couldn't help the feeling of nostalgia. You still remembered his face, his voice, the scar on his arm from days long gone. What is the scar? Where is the scar? I don't see it. Huh. He had changed so much since you had first met him. Yet, even with those changes, he was always recognizable. He was familiar like the sky was, in the way you knew the sea. Every day, they may appear different, but they're still an inextricable part of life. It was the world, with help from Mr. Holden and his ill-thought $20 bill, that brought you together to begin with. But the two of you had chosen each other. You had never let your interaction fade. You had decided to nurture your relationship into what it was. And you would continue to keep the Cove close into all the rest of your adult years. Cove was the partner you wanted. Nope. You didn't wonder. No, Nag, you didn't wonder, no. Cove was the partner you wanted for life. You couldn't be more grateful to call him your boyfriend. It would be impossible to imagine life without him. Cove noticed you staring at him after a while and smiled with his eyebrows rising in curiosity. He was very transparent in his question if there was something you wanted to say. You shook your head and returned him a soft expression. I wonder what's going in your head. I don't know, apparently I'm wandering someplace, I don't know. With my heart in a car that drove off. You'd let yourself get carried away in a tide of memories, but now it was time to focus on the present. Ready to go see my mom's? Cove nodded. Honestly, all that there is in my head is that smile, those eyes, that tattoo, and that shirt. That shirt is very much present in my head. It's probably number one. Cove nodded and then pointed all of your luggage bundle around your legs. Can I help with any of that? Help with all of it? Yes, thank you. No, I guess. No, the house is literally right there. No, you drove them. Ouch. Yeah, you help a little bit, you know. Let me see your big arm work. You gratefully passed him a bag. It was a lot easier to balance everything with that out of the way. He used both hands to take hold of that one piece of luggage and stood tall, pleased to be able to provide his assistance. The bag situation resolved, the two of you strolled over to the please just ignore that name, to the Honeygel residence door. You started to pat your pocket instinctively, only to realize that no longer carried the key to your house. Just ignore that name. Just ignore that name, Nak. Just ignore it. Your eyes scanned the entryway, a little lost, only to spy the doorbell. The thought of having to ring it felt super weird. As you pressed the inconveniently placed button on the side wall, you remembered that no matter how much this place would always be a home to you, it wasn't where you lived. Being back here was like putting on a uniform after you quit the store where it came from. What? That was a very strange example, but okay. It had remained the same, but your circumstance had changed. Cove shifted on his feet awkwardly, oblivious, also frowned about you being stuck out here keyless. Why am I keyless? Why don't I have a key? You heard muffled voices and shuffling around from inside. Your heartbeat sped up in anticipation. I cannot read today, don't blame me. The door swung open and there was your mom's smiling face. She immediately brightened at seeing you standing there. She looks nice. I mean, like, really nice. I like the way they did her hair. Dang, Mom, you pog. And yeah, like Knight is saying, instead of taking a shower, I hope you had a good day, Cadminari, and thank you for being here again. The moms are all grown up. They are. Feels weird, you know. I saw them like quickly age, like in 8 weeks. I saw them take like 20 years, and I'm like, huh. And Cove's dad is like, I didn't change. My booba's still here, I didn't change. Well. Mom twisted her head back and gave a shout down the hall. Lanny, guess who's here? There were more distant noises, no doubt. Ma getting up from whatever she was coming to see. Her high-spirited words rang out clearly. I hope it's one of my children. Mom snickered, still holding the door only half open to hide you for a little longer. Go flushed as if suddenly realizing that he was going to be present for your mom's enthusiastic welcoming of you. You smiled to reassure him that he wasn't intruding. I mean, you've been boyfriend for I don't know how long, bro. Ma finally reached the door and peered over Mom's shoulder. Okay, what do you look like, Ma? Ooh, short hair? Nice. It is. Hello, Jamie. She gave you once over, patting the top of your shoulders and moving down the side of your arms, before she nodded in satisfaction that you were in one piece.
How sweet.
I always like her voice. She looks so sweet. Yeah, she does. She always looked sweet. Like always. Both her mom actually always looked like sweet. I don't know. And I've noticed that slowly, like her hair became like passed from like brown to like purple to like slowly gray. It's also nice the way that they did it. It's nice how they made the moms like look slowly older over time. It's like, yeah, sort of faded. Yeah, exactly. It's like really nice. I like the way the art of this game is made. This is a wonderful surprise. Ma inclined her head to Cove next, not leaving him out either. Hello, sweetie. You got us one of my kid at this point anyways. I have double the surprise today.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was a nice yeah. You snorted at your mom's greeting. We never changed. Cove bashfully waved at them. He hadn't relaxed fully, but he had settled down at their welcome. Well, don't just stand out there. Come on in. Well, I mean, it's kind of my house too, so you know. Don't mind if I do. Move out of the way. Your mom moved aside and held the door open for you, gesturing for you to enter. You stepped into the living room. It was comfortable and cool. Let's see what's changed. The sofa didn't change. I mean, like maybe the pillows and stuff, but the position didn't change. The blind store thingy. Weren't they like beige, yellow kindish before? Huh. I never noticed this before, but it might have been here. What else? The cookies wasn't there. The cookies wasn't there. But I like it, we can stay. The whole like circular rug was already there. I don't know if I can call it a rug, but let's call it a rug, okay? You stepped into the living room. It was comfortable and cool. Cove was a half step behind you, his eyes on the new painting your moms must have had it since the last time you were here. Can we see? I want to see. Things were mostly the same, but there were more decorations since you had seen the house last. Mom may have gotten the urge for some interior design again. I mean, if she could like design my house like this, you know, I'd be happy. This looks good. Yeah, 10 on 10, I love it. It struck you how odd it was to be the guest, only observing the choices for the living space here rather than a full-time occupant. Mike came up in front of you, excitement in her eyes. I'm so glad you're here.
That's fine.
You know your mom and I would have been happy to pick you up, but you're self-sufficient and responsible. That's okay. That's a weird thing to say, Ma. Stop. What matters is that you arrived safely. I like how also in the beginning their clothes felt like normal, and now it feels a bit like older style. It might be just me, but that's the impression I got. Like at first it was just like modern clothes, like normal, nothing special, and now it feels like older. You know? Older style. Older generation. Mom appeared at her side with a nod. Welcome back, kiddos. You appreciated that your parents respected you as an adult, even if mom still called you kiddo. You figured long ago that you'd always been her kiddo no matter how grown you became. It was part of the whole parent-child deal with her. Thumbs up, what the hell? Hug moms. You took another step forward and pulled Mom and Ma into a grit. Yes, a grit. A great big hug, squeezing them tight. Their arms wrapped around you in return, and you could tell the love for you in their embrace. Happy to be here, missed you both. Great to see you, wanted to surprise you. A break after everything I put you through. Probably true, but you know. Grit hug, yes. Grit hug, You could put that in the Discord. I won't even blame you. Happy to be here. Good. That's all I wanted to hear. It's always nice when I'm able to come by. Your mom's giggled, pleased. I hope you've both been doing well. Is everything set up for your anniversary dinner?
No problem.
Your voice is way too nice, Cove. Give me your voice. Give me your voice. I'm a gremlin. Give me your voice.
We're happy to help if there's something we can do. We've been plenty fine. It's been a little quiet, but that's not a bad thing. Mom placed her arm around my shoulder. I gave her a side hug.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about the party. We're just planning to eat at the Cypress, whatever. Nothing fancy, which is kind of a funny thing to say about a pretty fancy country club. Country club? You go to a country club? The biggest issue has just been making sure everyone could make it for the day. Speaking of which, Liz will be arriving tonight. We're planning on picking her up later. I guess Liz isn't as grown up as Jamie. Yeah. One for us. 1 point for us, guys. Your mom snickered at her own joke and lightly elbowed her with a barely hidden grin.
Shush.
As I was saying, we could drop you off wherever you're staying if you don't mind waiting for that. I'm sorry there's no space for you in the house. It's gotten crowded in those old rooms since you and Love moved out. I don't know where all this stuff keeps coming from. Sure you don't, Pamela? Yep, absolutely. Might be like, yep, you don't know, You're the one who's buying it all, It's okay, Cove already had an hotel room. I'm going to be staying in anyway. Cove sent you some picture of the place when he arrived. Stylish and roomy. It seemed very nice. Please, only one bed. Please. One double bed, please. Double room. It was a room with a single king bed. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
He claimed that the bed was comfortable, so you had high hopes about that. Though mostly you were looking forward to having... Oh, I read something else. Oh, I read something else. Oh my god, like what the hell? What? No. Having him next to you as you slept once again. Your mom smiled, relieved. Kira's already here, isn't she? She directed her question at Cove. He bobbed his head a bit to go along with his reply. Yeah, I heard she made it. She's gonna be staying with Dad while she's in town.
Oh.
Have you gone over and said hello yet? Cove chuckled self-consciously, and this time he shook his head. You raised an eyebrow, since you had figured he would have taken the chance while waiting for you. Not yet, I should go do that now. I just wanted Jamie to be there too. He caught your eye with an adoring smile. Mom laughed at that, no doubt thinking about that Cove was sweet but ridiculous. Why? He's not. He's so sweet. He's cute.
Oh,
Stop.
nice.
He's nice to know your priorities. Yeah. Cove awkwardly rubbed his arm and shifted on his feet, looking all too much like he did as a kid.
So?
Give me your voice. Jimmy, did you want to go over to my house now? That's a good idea. We won't be leaving until late evening. You heard, Ma. Let's go see your parents. Cove perked back up, excited once more. We'll keep an eye on your things while you're out. There's no reason to be carrying all that around. You set down your bags in the living room. Tucked in a corner, where they wouldn't be in the way, Cove helped. Your moms waved the two of you off as you walked back the entranceway. Thanks, see you soon. You waved back and opened the front door for Cove. With that, you were on your way to see Cove's family next. The trip put a special little pep in Cove's step Huh. But with Rami there. Little Pep and Ghost, where you cross the street to his dad's house together. Your spirits were equally high. Doing this, you felt like a teen again. No, please no. No, please no. You had known Cove's parents for a long time now. When it came to what you called his dad, you stuck with family classic Mr. Holden. You switched back to saying Cove's dad. You weren't on a first name basis with Cliff. Mr. Holden is a no. Like, bro, it's been 20 years now. Cove's dad or Cliff? Cove's dad, Cliff. Cove's dad, Cliff. Cove's dad. Cove's dad. I prefer that one. There was nothing wrong with using an amusing classic. It felt more relaxed and comfortable, which ultimately reflected your relationship. For his mom, we're still on basic with Kira. You called her mom free in a non-serious way. Mom free. I like that. I like that little joke. I like it. The playful grin was already settled on your face, and you hadn't even gotten there yet. It was already fun to hang out with her. Already? Or always? No, always fun to hang out with her. Cove hopped up to a front door and didn't bother knocking. He twisted the knob and it swung open. With a grin, Cove gave you a gratified thumbs up. You shook your head in disapproval, but you both knew that you hypocritically supported his behavior. Yeah, just get inside. Just get in there. Your dad is lucky we're on criminals. He brushed your comment aside and went right into his old home. Cove's dad was there, standing in his kitchen and babysitting a pan on the stove. Oh? Shorter hair? On him too? Okay. Why the Boban we don't get smaller? Why? What did you do this to us? I mean, it's fine, I have his now, but like, still, both side by side would have been cool, you know? He sat turned on the sound of footsteps, and he brightened instantly at the sight of you both. Cove matched his enthusiasm instantly. If it was anyone else, you would have thought that he was lighting up with a childlike joy over seeing his dad again. What? Okay, sure, whatever. But since you knew what Cove was actually like as a kid, you were aware this level of happiness with Cove's dad was definitely not equivalent to any childhood feelings of his. Dad! Cove! Cove's dad, graceful... Why can't I speak today? I like Cliff with his hair in the ponytail, me too. I like the ponytail. It suited him. This is like weird to me. I'm not. Go back to the ponytail. Cove's dad gracefully pushed what he was cooking to a different burner and flipped off the heat. He rushed over to you both. Cove flew forward and met him halfway in a hug. Cove squished his eyes shut and held his dad in a tight hug. Cove's dad soothingly rubbed his son's back. Aw, they're cute. The relationship is cute, I think. The more of an adult Cove became, the more he turned into a big daddy's boy, it seemed. I missed you. Missed you too. It was sweet, and teasing aside, it was wonderful to see them at this place in their relationship after years of struggle to connect. When the hug broke, Cove's dad hooked an arm around his son's neck. Can you even reach his neck? Probably. He let out a deep laugh. I still can't believe you outgrew me. Maybe you got smaller. Who knows? You really thought I had that on him after he graduated from high school, but he had to keep going. Chuckling, he shook his fist in mock anger. Cove ducked his head and laughed in kind. Sorry, Dad. Cove's cheek turned pink, and he averted his eyes. He was becoming bashful, so you knew he had more he wanted to say. Cove softly added,
That's...
"But I was raised really well." Ooh. That's a nice one. His dad's expression instantly trembled with emotion. He sniffled. Cove put an arm around him too, tugged him into a side hug. Aw, they're cute. You observed the little reunion fondly, happy to let them enjoy their moment. They were a perfect pair of centimet... I'm tired of this. I can't read today. I can't read long words apparently. Sentimentality. Cove's dad eventually turned his attention to you.
Hey.
Hi Jimmy, so great to see you. Yeah, leave me alone, I can't read. He pulled you away from Cove and approached you with a little wave. He was back to his cheery self. Hi Cove's dad, that sounds so weird. Cove's dad, I miss you Cove's dad. It's so weird. Don't call him Cove's dad to his face. Hi. Arm pat, you hugged him, he smiled. Hug everybody, hug everywhere. Don't care. In seconds you were wrapped around his middle. Ayo. He smelled like spices from the kitchen, and the sunscreen he used to slather Cove in as a kid. Feeling a swell of emotion, you felt at home and squeezed him tighter. There was a quiet sniffle when he hugged you back. I'm glad you're here. Me too. Cove's dad cleared his throat, pulling attention to himself. He crossed his arms. But before we get too carried away, why was your voice so deep? It's not a real reunion yet. Kira's still in the guest suite. I go get her. He eagerly bolted down the hall, and you could hear every step he took. It ended with a distinct knock. Kira, over here. It was only seconds before there was the sound of a door being yanked open. The pounding of feet hitting the wood floor grew even louder this time. Is she running?
My baby.
Hello. She always looked stunning as ever. Queen, listen, Queen. Next to you, Cove let out a nervous laugh. His parents entered the living room and Kira stretched her arm out wide when she spotted you both. Cove went to her easily. Went in for a hug too. Open your arms for a big hug. Raise the arm up to pass. Shook your head no. Hug too. She pulled you tightly into her arms with Cove. You were squished but felt every bit of love Kira held in her heart for you both. Cove wrapped his arm free around her too. He rested his head on top of hers and let out a happy sigh. After a moment, Kira let go and pulled back to get a better look at your faces. She surveyed every inch of them and appeared satisfied. You're both looking well. That's wonderful, and just what I like to see.
Thanks.
And hi, Mom. Mom free, he's cute. One day soon, I'll let you in on my secrets. Please do. Please do. If I get to look like a queen like you, tell me. I could take Cliff and Cove, but not in a fight. Hey yo. Hey yo. Kinky. Kira winked, and you had zero doubt that she held precious knowledge to looking your best. She was stunning every time you saw her. I'd be honored. So what's new? How you both been? Kira gave a nod for Cove's dad to go first. Cheerfully, he waved a hand.
No worries.
Oh, same old. Still got the shop, still got my friend and family, of course, and still the most exciting things around here is seeing who rent the one free condo. Why you got no wife by now? You divorced like 20 years ago. Why you got no wife? Incredible. I always knew you were such a snorer. They snickered and you couldn't help but peek at Cove. He rolled his eyes dramatically, drawing out a few giggles from you, but the whole time there was still a happy smile fixed on his face.
Well,
For me, things have been good. I've gotten a lot of interesting assignment lately. Oh, I recently went to Seattle, and Kira twittled and strung over her shyly, and her mouth curved into a grin. Whatever she was thinking about, it made her happy. Things have still been going well with that guy from work. Ooh. Okay. But it's a little early to bring him all the way out to California to meet the family. Cove crossed his arm, he and his dad nodded. It was clearly she appreciated the acceptance from her two boys. I hope he gets his little poor when he comes around. Yep, I hope. You added a thumbs up to keep things light. A smile widened, grateful for your gesture. So that's us. Do you two have plans for your first day back? The only thing I have to do is pick up Liz later tonight, before we head back to our hotel room where you have only one bed.
Great.
He suddenly looked over his shoulder, his eyebrows pushed together. I'm glad you're here, but I'm just remembered that I was in the middle of cooking something. Smash. Only a small cackle escaped you while you fought off the giant grin taking over your face. Meanwhile, Cove interrupted into laughter that had his dad shaking his head. That's fine, Dad. Go savage while you can. I think it'd be nice to explore the old neighborhood for a while. Anyway, since we've got the time. Smash. I'm sorry, I'll say smash every time I look at Cove. I'm sorry. I have to. I cannot ignore this man. Cove directed the last part to you as he spoke, hoping that he'd want to go with him. You nodded automatically. You were already looking forward to it. That's a perfect idea.
makes sense.
I think so too. You should go enjoy the day. I hang back here so I won't be a third wheel, and someone's gotta keep an eye on Cliff before he catches the whole kitchen on fire. Mom, you're not the third wheel. Cove stiffly stuck his arm against his side like a little child. A small smirk tugged at Kira's mouth. She winked. You know what I mean. Have a good walk. I'll see you both later. Cheerily, Cove's dad waved before going back to his cooking. Cove smiled warmly.
Bye.
Bye, we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. Cove trailed behind you as you walked into the welcoming summer sun. He stopped, closing his eyes and stretched his arm into warm rays. Satisfied, Cove turned to you and carefully took your hand in his. The heat of that was better or more comforting than any rays of sunlight that could shine on you today. Stepping closer, you squeezed his hands. Your mouth curved into a playful smile. Let's get out of here. Let's go. Naturally, you found yourself heading down the road towards the beach. Your spirit rose even higher as you strolled across the sand, heading for the shopping district. Arriving, you drove past tourists who were taking in the sight for the very first time. Being a local was a badge of honor you wore proudly. You casually walked past the shop. Over the years, some had closed down, but many of the stalls were still exactly the same as they were when you were little. Cove snapped his head as far as he could go to one side, so dramatically you couldn't have missed it. Something clearly caught his eye, but you couldn't see it.
Please?
That's a pretzel stand open today. Can we get one? When his gaze found you again, he wore the biggest smile. You chuckled. Don't need to ask for permission. Does your heart want a pretzel? You big days. For a moment, you both quietly laughed at that. You placed a hand over your own heart. Then I think you should follow it. You're gonna get the one that comes with a little frosting cup on you? That's right. After that, you both happily made your way over, being pulled in faster by the delicious aroma of the soul. I have never had one. I want to have one day. Can someone like buy me one and I don't know, give it to me? Give me one. With that, you changed course to a pretzel stand for a snacks break. Cove was very pleased by the morsel he picked up, and what that was good to see. Me neither. Really? Ooh. The sun arched across the sky as you went up and down the road as a pair. By the time we returned to the beach, day was beginning to fade into night. Lurk, I'm gonna go take a shower. Have a nice shower. And thank you for the lurk. Thank you. The sun arched across the sky as you went up and down the road as a pair. By the time you returned to the beach, the day was beginning to fade into night. Cove kicked his shoes off. I was gonna say open. What the hell? What is wrong with my brain today? Tossing them into the sand. He wanted to keep his wet feet in the waves as fast as possible. Let's join. I don't mind. In seconds, you had your feet free and your shoes abandoned in the sand. You kept going until you were ankle deep in the water. A favorite moment was when we were worried about how we'd handle adulthood, and Cove mentioned owning the presence business. Ooh. I think my favorite moment is like the end of phase 3, when like everybody is like goodbye and like Cove and our character like speak on the hill. I think that's like my favorite moment, and like they woke up on the hill too. Like I think that's my favorite moment. I also really like when we meet actually Cove as a kid, and then he's like all sad because like you could like really feel the emotion of the moment, like sad and like just wanted to like be there for him. There's song playing at the end, yeah. In seconds, you had your feet free. Oh yeah, I read that. You kept going until you were ankle deep in the water. Smash. Cove sighed contentedly. You followed his line of sight to a setting sun, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. It really feels like summer now. You wore a bent smile when he turned to you. The light illuminated like a halo behind him, and the sight took your breath away. In fact, it's hard to think of anything that feels more perfectly summer than moments exactly like this. Being here at sunset in Sunset Bird with you. I'm so glad you were able to come visit. I do like our living situation now over just being neighbors, but still. You hemmed in agreement. Well, yeah, if I remember correctly, we live together, so yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Your heart fluttered the moment you met Cove's eyes. Your mouth lifted into a pleasant smile. Of course, we'll have ended up like this again sooner or later. It was a wonderful day, I guess. Not so bad. Been back in the little neighborhood. You didn't have to say anything. I didn't have to say anything. You felt the ocean breeze brush against your skin like a comforting, familiar gesture. Cove murmured, yes, quietly losing himself in his thoughts again. Shortly after, you saw his hand shoot down into the sand. He stood straight back up with a lopsided smile and got to work brushing the sand off his prize. You knew without a single word, Cove found a new shell for your collection. As you wandered down the beach, Cove followed at your side in comfortable silence. Your shadows stretched across the sand like they were leading the way. The only noise you could hear were the soft footballs at your feet and the wavy footfalls. Oh, okay, nope, absolutely not. Were the soft footfalls of your feet and the waves gently rocking into the shore. For a moment in time, it felt like there were only the two of you in your own little world. Eventually, the bubble popped when you realized that your phone was going off. It was Ma, hoping that you were going to be back soon. Curious, Cove's eyes slid down to your phone. You let your hand fall back down to your side. You held the phone pressed against the palm of your hand. Give me a second. His ma, she wants to know when we'll be there. Cove stretched the back of his neck and shut his head. His mouth twitching like he was just a funny thought. Okay, all done. It's so hot in my room. Gove stretched the back of his neck and shook his head, his mouth twitching like he just had a funny thought. Dang parents, always trying to make us come home before it gets too dark. Laughed. Because of you it's hot. Hey yo. I mean I kinda agree. Look at me. Like just look at me here. Look at me. Look at this. I have to agree, you know. Look at this. Yeah, it's good. It is good. You think after all this time that know that we always find our way home? I think she knows. She's probably just excited to spend time with you. Think so? Yeah, if I was her, I'd be missing you too. Oh, nice one. I like the earrings. You suit him. After one last glance, you put your phones away again. Cove gave a small shrug. Ready? Yep. Let's go. Together, you left the beach, feeling the call of home pulling you forward. The off-the-shoulder looks... What is it? SMH? What is that? Smooth? Are you trying to pull me? Oh, maybe. Maybe. Come closer. Come here. Together, you left the beach, feeling the call of home pulling you forward. Both of you ran off towards your mom's house, leaving the waves behind, but welcoming the beginning of summer. Cove and you ran up from the beach. Is shaking my head. Oh, okay. Dun, dun. But I am trying to pull you. I'm pulling everyone I can into the basement, you know? Everybody in the basement. Okay, I scratched my eye. Cove and you ran up from the beach, sand flying from your steps. Cove made it to the road first, but you managed to catch up to him by the time you reached the house. It wasn't exactly raised, and yet it also wasn't not a competition. Both of you were laughing by the time you bumbled through your old front door together. I wouldn't mind being locked in the basement as your pet. Hey yo! You wanna be naked and attached to a wall with a collar? That's what you want better? I mean, I don't mind to make it happen, but... Maybe also, you know, it's like a ball toy that we put in like the mouth. I put that too in your mouth. And you have to like be walking on 4 legs. There you go. You'll be my little pet. You inhaled deeply and shouted loud enough to be heard anywhere in the house. We're here. Boss, I me, boy, what? We're here. Your mom was seated in the living room. Their eyes sparkled as they looked on you and your light dusting of sand.
Hello.
Mom leaned forward, eyebrows raised at your jubilant entrance. Ma sighed wistfully.
Aww.
That brings back memories. Cove chuckled shyly as he scratched the back of his head. I hope we're not too late. Nope, just in time. But you better start packing up, Liz will be waiting. Look at this man, Smash. Man nodded as she stood up from your seat. From her seat. From your seat. What the hell? Brain. Brain, can you work? As she stood up from her seat, she lightly ran her finger over her clothes to smooth out the wrinkles. It took you a second to remember where you put your stuff. You needed to get it all in the car, so you could get everything back to your hotel. Can I help? You shrugged and directed him to your bags. With Cove, your mom's, and yourself on the job, you only took one trip to the car to get everything. Cove firmly closed the truck and you thanked everyone for the assistance. Of course, kiddo. Come along, or need... The only thing I can think about is butter in the basement. This is why I think about when I read this. I'm speechless. Let's get into the car. That means you too, Cove. You know you're essentially family anyway. Thanks. Exactly, where's it, Jamie? Cove climbed into the back seat with a decidedly touched expression on his face. You got in on the other side. When everyone was situated and buckled, the engine was started and Ma pulled out from the street. I can't speak. You couldn't help but feel amused to be stuck in the back seat with Cove. Your mom's driving you around. It really was like you were little kids again. Cove caught you staring at him and gave you a bent smile. He was probably on the same wavelengths as you from the sheer mischief in it. There was some light chatting on the drive. No one brought up anything too deep, and it mostly became swapping jokey stories. The entire trip was marked by a heavy sense of anticipation. Everyone was ecstatic to see Liz and hear what she had been up to. When you neared the airport, Mom pulled out her phone to call Liz. Ma followed the sign to the correct pickup area and asked for you to shout if you saw your sister. Yeah, Liz, we're at Wing B. There's a blue sign that says North America.
Alright.
Tell her that we're right in front of the building with blue windows. She says that she's outside, right by a yellow truck. I see at least 3 yellow trucks. I think they're doing work at the airport. The back and forth continued, with Matt driving around in the wide circular airport road while Mom attempted coordination between her and Liz's location. Aha! She leaned forward, peering out the front of the car. A tall, poised silhouette pulled a pale purple roll-along suitcase behind her. It was definitely Liz. She waved to the car. Ma parked along the sidewalk next to her, and Mom put her phone away with a cheer. Mission accomplished, team! Ma excitedly reached over to grasp Mom's raised hand, thrilled that both of her kids were back.
Good job.
That's right. Liz came closer and yanked open the back door beside her. She popped her head into the car, her smile ornery despite how tired she appeared. Must have been a long trip for her, yet her expression was with that same familiar smirk that you had grown up with.
Hey.
Ooh. Nice ponytail. Hello children, I'm back. Hello, grandparents who don't have any kids. Well, okay.
Rude.
Rude. You shouldn't speak to your elders like that. Let's hug. You quickly unbuckled and then laughed yourself at your sister. She wrapped her arms around you and squeezed. I mean, come on, this is the thing with her, you know, you always gotta tease each other. Always. Well, hi to you too, kiddo. Hello, sweetie. It's so nice that you're here. I wonder how old she is now. Hi, Elizabeth. He jokingly huffed at her. We're not children. What if we say, baby boy? Ooh. She turned her gaze back to Mom and Ma. You really know how to make someone feel appreciated. Her spirits were high. You could tell she was just as happy to be here as everyone was to see her. She left the door open but ducked out to walk around to the back of the car. She opened the truck and lifted her luggage in. I'm gonna move your junk, Jamie. Okay, she's all about Cove is a baby boy. Yeah, he is. He is, but he's a cute baby boy, you know. I wouldn't want him to be a daddy. He's good as a baby boy. I'll keep it in front of my bag so you can get later. Mom's dropping off first, right? Yes, but that's not junk, it's important. Liz slammed the trunk closed without responding. Who said that? Was it? Oh, it was Cove. Liz swung around to the open door. You noticed that her hair had a few flyaways? No doubt from a long day of traveling. She leaned against the frame of the car, giving you and Cove a significant look. I'm not sitting in the middle. Fair. I already have 5 hours of that 9 minutes of a flight. There's no way I'm getting in between the two of you. I mean, really, who would ever want to be the person pulling Cove Holden and Jamie Horton? I regret everything I have ever done in my life apart. Cove pulled indignantly. Yet again at her classic tease of your relationship. Liz continued along like she didn't notice. I don't care how you decide who's scooting. I figured you can fight it out somehow. Cove glanced over at you and shrugged. He unbuckled his seatbelt and moved to the middle. Stay quiet. Just stay quiet. The struggle is real. Yeah, it is. With large as Cove was, he technically was a worse choice for the middle than Liz. Despite Liz's height, she was still smaller than Cove. Cove didn't exactly even fit there. Cove's legs touched yours. Oops, I didn't mean to pass. Sorry, my bad. The back seat between... Nope, absolutely not. There's no between neck. The back seat became rather close quarters when trying to fit 3 grown adults. It had worked much better when you all were smaller. Honestly, let's be honest, even when you're small kids, it's tight. With the window seat open, Liz squished herself into the car and shut the door. When everyone was settled, Ma began to pull out.
Let's go.
We're off. Liz crossed her leg, compacting herself slightly. She braced most of her weight on the door behind her instead of sitting up straight. It gave her a little more room. Hopefully, we finish the journey. This car is almost as old as we are.
Now.
And it's still just as good as you are. Overcoupling definitely means Liz is back. We're equivalent to that junker. Hey, I love this old car. No, I don't love cars. You put as much fake hurt into your tone as you could manage. Neither of your mom took it up on your teasing. I feel insulted being compared to this rust bucket that doesn't even have enough cup holders, Ma. Mom turned up the radio as Ma merged into the highway. The station was familiar, the normal soundtrack for when she had driven you and Liz around town. Liz bounced on her seat, enjoying this classic tune. The song would be old enough to vote at this point if it was a person. It was hard to believe. With Liz, the conversation livened up despite getting later and later in the night. She told you all about her week and all the travel preparations she made. By the time she made it to the actual tale of travel itself, Liz started chuckling. On the plane, Liz had sat next to a couple of girls who had talked a lot about how well they could read people. Oh Lord. Just imagining it must be painful to listen to. Liz recounted the conversation with her own hilarious details, as they had apparently tried to guess her occupation after only shaking her head. Neither of the girls could agree with one another, and Liz had refused to just tell them. However, the drive to your hotel was only so long. Eventually, your group arrived. You yawned and got out of the car when it stopped. Cove clambered out after you. Liz gave a loud sigh of relief, all the extra space she found herself with. You and Cove grabbed the luggage and then waved off your family after you said your goodbyes. After they left, you and Cove went to go find your room. And they smashed. I mean, what? You scanned the key card to unlock your hotel room. It sounded out a soft beep, and you turned the handle to the door. The door crackled open, and then craned your head in to take a look. The first thing you noticed was the large king-size bed in the middle of the room. My bed. It was a prim, modern-looking space. It seemed clean and smelled faintly like a floral air freshener. A smile played on Cove's face as he watched you take in the space. The bed's nice, huh? Which one of us is going to use it? Here we go again. You can fend for yourself. Burst out laughing, we're both using it. That was a joke. Can we please share the vibe? Yes. Hey. Hey. Eina Mama is live? Wow. Yes. Thanks. I got a good hotel, didn't I? Yeah, you picked out a nice one. It's passable, I guess we'll manage. Thanks for handling this. I'd say it's nice. The some hotel I would have picked on my own. Makes sense you'd go for this one. Looks like a room at Kira's place. Oh, you nodded wordlessly in approval. Let's just compliment him, you know? He picked a nice one. Go smile like a big, pleased puppy. Yeah, he's a puppy. Suddenly there's a giant bed. Oh, yeah. That's what we wanted. You and Cove continued to chat as you settled in. You unpacked some of your stuff and checked out all the rooms and amenities. What is that? Cove pointed out the mini fridge and started puzzling over what food could be ordered to the room. However, the fact was, you both were exhausted. It didn't take too many yawns before you both changed into your pajamas and called it a day. You had to hunt along the walls to locate the light switch. When you finally found it, you flicked it off with a sense of triumph. Ooh, I like that. The whatever you want to call this. I like it. I want a pajama with the same thing. It looks hot. You turned your head over to Cove, who stood behind you in his pajamas. He was cozy and comfortable, but the pieces didn't match. He never minded that. We should get some sleep. Cove smiled, a soft expression that was adorable.
All right.
Okay, let's go to sleep. Despite saying that it was bedtime, Cove took a step forward towards you. He wrapped in his arm around your back, and you leaned into his embrace. Amenities is a term for what the room comes with, like freebies. Oh, okay, thank you. This game uses words that I have no idea what they mean. So yeah, thank you. I get distracted for a moment. Despite saying that it was bedtime, Cove took a step forward towards you. He wrapped his arm around your back, and you leaned into his embrace. Ooh. And he lifted you off your feet. What? Still not putting you down, Cove promptly dropped himself backwards. Yo! Both of you crashed into the tight tucked sheet of the hotel bed. He laughed the entire time. Cove bounced on the landing and absorbed most of the impact. You laid on his chest, feeling a little jostled. Let me touch his booba. Let me grab your booba. You giggled, absolute madman. Could have warned me. Scary. Let's do it again. What? You swatted his shoulder for that. Madman. Madman and your booba. You shook your head jokingly. His laughter turned into a snort. He smiled at the ceiling, a thought clearly crystallizing. My dad used to do that kind of thing to me when I was little. Sort of. Nostalgia was clear in his voice. It was a fun memory, and you felt something warm in your chest. You made a small noise of understanding that turned into a yawn. When Cove yawned in return, you pulled at the sheet until you were actually under the blanket. The blanket. Good night, Cove. Night. Don't let the bed goodbye. What? No. No, I'm not saying the same joke mom is making. No. Sweet dreams. Tongue out. What? Why would I talk about pigeons before going to bed? What? Why would I do that? What kind of random stuff is this? Good night, Cove. Kiss his lips. I didn't even look. Nose, forehead, hair, cheek. Kiss his lips. You shifted yourself closer so that you could lean in. You kissed Cove and felt his lips perk into a smile before kissing you back, obviously enjoying his goodnight kiss. Hey yo! Cove wrapped his arm around you and snuggled next to you. He let out a contented breath. He reached out to hold Cove under one arm and then used your other hand to comb through his hair. The thought of you relaxed into one another, and you knew neither of you would want to be anywhere else. I can't believe we're actually here. You and Liz and everyone else are gonna be here in Sunset Bergen. I was staring at all the scenery going by while we're driving here, and it honestly felt like we never left. He ran the hand down his face. I mean, in some ways, it felt like it's been ages and everything's different. Some of that is definitely because I'm staying at the hotel instead of my room at Dad's, but yeah. It's so weird, natural, don't know how to feel, exciting. Hope things go okay. Couldn't put anything you fell into words. I would say it's weird, in a way. I can understand why it would be weird. Cove nodded. He understood completely. I'm looking. A yawn forced an interruption into his statement. Cove was undeterred. I'm looking forward to this. Sheesh, sir. He turned his head to your neck. You felt his lashes clutter close against your skin. Same here.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Jamie. Yo. Yo. His words were a whisper you barely heard. He might not even have been that exactly. You might have just been guessing. Cove always had a habit of mumbling. It was okay either way. Whether you heard it or only thought you heard, the sentiment was true regardless. Cove will see you tomorrow when he opened his eyes and when sunlight returned to your hometown of Sunset Bird. He comfortably drifted off to sleep and eagerly awaited seeing Cove tomorrow as well. Your eyes gently opened to see a dim, unfamiliar ceiling. You recalled where you were, a hotel room. Yawning, your muscles felt relaxed and warm enough that sleep threatened to pull you under again. Morning. Hi. Cove's voice brought you back to consciousness. The heat made sense now. You knew the comfortable weight against you was your boyfriend. And the thing hard he spent was your boyfriend. His arm was wrapped around you, and his fingers were lightly drawing shape on your pajamas. You twisted over to face him fully. Morning, did you sleep well? I did. The expression on his face softened with content sight. You felt his index finger lightly trace out the shape of a heart. There's nothing but good dreams when you're around. Aww. Squeeze him directly, snuggle to his chest. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Pushing into him, you squeezed your face into his chest. The air knocked from Cove's lung came out in a light chuckle. Cove closed his eyes. His hand found the middle of your back again, and he held it there, enjoying the closeness of the moment. Neither of you were making any moves to get up and actually start the day. It was sweet and comfortable to be wrapped up in Cove. Booba, you could indulge just a little while longer. Eventually, enough time flew by that there really weren't any minutes to spare. There were too many people waiting, so you both crawled out of the sheets together. Standing up, Cove took a few seconds to stretch. He glanced over at you with an unanimated expression. I'm really looking forward to your mom's anniversary dinner tonight. It's gonna be fun. I think so too. This whole trip is great, actually. I'm gonna be honest, with this pajama, the top part, looks great. Being here with everybody is like having another chance at being a kid. We can't do all the stuff we used to, and all the things we never did, but wanted to. Yay, the world is our oyster code. Oyster? You serious? I don't want to think about being little again. It's good to be back. You know what I hate it, you know it. Let's just not. Excited, you felt your heartbeat quicken. Cove made an excellent point. There were almost too many possibilities. It looks like Snorlax. Oh, I see what you mean. I like it though. Snorlax pajama. Well, we better get back to it, huh? We got a pretty full schedule ahead of us for your mom's big day. You smirked. So much for being a kid, so many responsibilities. I don't think our friends recount us responsibilities, Jamie. Fine, you get me there. After that, you and Cove moved around each other, busily getting dressed and ready for the day. Shobibua. Light laughter and chatter filled the air the entire time. Bags were packed and phones were soughed again after. You suddenly tossed Cove his phone when he hadn't been able to find it. You handed Cove his phone when he hadn't been able to find it. You slapped Cove's butt as he stepped past you. Sam looked at single sock. Lost a single sock, but Cove found it behind the headboard. The headboard? What the hell? What? How did my sock end it there? Shook your head at Cove when he ran around for you his hair instead of brushing it. Slap butt. Hee hee. Cove let out a small yelp. You met his eyes with an unpitched grin, and he shook his head.
Oh.
Careful. Through his shyness, he put himself inches from you. Ooh, I'm pretty delicate, you know. He raised your hands in playful surrender. You were saying, okay. His mouth bent at you, please smile. There was nothing else stopping either of you now. In minutes, you were hopping into your ride and heading back to the neighborhood. It was another beautiful summer day in Sassetberg. You couldn't resist rolling the window down so you could absorb it all during the drive. Cove sat across the seat from you, near the opposite window. His gaze was locked outside, catching all the old landmarks the vehicle was passing. Your spirit rose even higher the moment you made it home once more. Eager, you hopped out of the car and let yourself inside. Your moms knew you were going to be there that morning. But the second you made it past the threshold, your excited scream nearly scared you out of your shoes.
Hi.
Dang! Wow. Okay. Wow. Just wow. Okay. Wow.
Jimmy, you're here. And guess what? I'm here too. Not gonna lie, she really looks like wonderful. While your heart rate settled, a bored grin quickly took over your whole face. Since your cousin moved out of her own, you'd notice that she really found her own groove. She was still the same loving person she always been on the inside, but she expressed herself in new ways. Lee was strong, kind and smart. Over the past few years, she graduated from college with a degree in history. Though last you heard, she was pursuing her dreams, working towards getting into music industry. Ooh. I see you. Warning, this time you're gonna screech. True. Letting out a laugh, you rubbed your ear. There was a distant rugging in the back of your head, and Lee's mouth curled into a mischievous grin. No promise, but I can try. I appreciate it. Lee leaned to the side to glance past you and meet Cove's eyes. The grin on her face widened while she waved. Hi, Cove. Hey, nice to see you, Lee. I got him practically at dawn. It was a whole thing, but at least I made it here and alive. Thanks, sis. Slaying too. Why we all slaying? What the hell? Lee exhaled and slumped her shoulders to emphasize how exhausting the ordeal was. Behind her, Liz made her way over. She crossed her arms at the scene. I'm here too, in case you were wondering. I was wondering if you're there somewhere. Nope. Just nope. I wasn't, but thanks anyway. You merely shrugged. You should go ahead. Nope. Nope. The peep popped loudly. You watched Liz narrowing stare at your teasing. The demure smile on her face didn't change. I don't know why, but Liz looks like she could be our aunt. I guess, yeah. I guess I could, yeah. Personally, I like the ponytail on her. It looks good. You can't just say hello, nice to see you, or miss you, or you miss me like a normal sibling, can you? Can't you greet us like a normal person, Lizzie? Jeez, what a tough crowd. Still the same old Jamie. I'm glad you're home. Yep, I didn't change. Another friendly shout rang out in the living room. It was as cheery as it ever was from the many times you'd heard it over the years. Good morning, family. Your parents both came out from beside the hall, all together, yes. Morning.
Well,
Now that everyone is here, I do have a little something to mention. Ma put her hand lovingly over her wife's. Mom leaned her head into Ma's while matching affection. We're all still having dinner together, but Pam here actually made plans to take me out to brunch to celebrate our anniversary, just the two of us. Please, she hooked an arm around Ma's waist. Sorry to push you out, but I'm sure this group of mature grown-ups will be able to entertain themselves for an afternoon, so get the hell out of my house. We don't need to find a babysitter or anything.
totally.
Yeah, have fun, moms. Don't worry about it. We can survive that easy. Enjoy your brunch. That works out, actually. An afternoon opens means there's time to meet up with Terry and Randy. Hopefully they're free today. Your two school friends still lived around the area. They knew you were coming for your mom's party, but when and how you might arrange to see each other wasn't set in store.
Sounds good.
In store? Stone.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Definitely. We should call them.
All right.
I hope some people are blah blah. Nope. No back. I have some people I'd like to say hi to as well. Liz had her cell phone in hand, ready to get her plans made before she was even done speaking. Arching an eyebrow, she directed the next part at Lee. Would you want to come along? We've missed out on a lot of cousins' bonding time in the past.
Yeah.
I'd love to. Would be an honor to hang out with you, Liz. Hope you will have fun. Don't worry, fun is my specialty. Ayo. Chuckling, Liz smirked. We'll try not to have all the fun. Don't get into too much trouble. Trouble. Yes. Me not trouble, you know? You shook your head and Liz winked. She then glanced back at her phone and rapidly typed a new text. And look, welcome back. Nope. I hope you had a nice shower. Yes. Hope you had a nice shower. And I'm back. And you're back. I always do that. I'm never gonna stop. You shook your head. Liz winked. Then she glanced back at her phone and rapidly typed a new text. Excellent. It's settled. She squeezed her wife's hand. Her gaze took in the whole room, ecstatic to have the house full again. Today is going to be perfect.
Yes.
I think so too. I sure couldn't be happier with my wife, my children, and our whole beautiful family. It's already a wonderful anniversary. Well, you can have 4 kids, so you know. There were hours and sweet moments from the group gathered around the couple of hour. Seeing how your moms were, you couldn't help but hope that when you got to be their age, that you could be as proud of your life as them. But Ma's attention then fell on you, and the look on her face twisted mischievously. A shiver shot down your spine. This is a very good time of year for marriage, don't you think so? Don't jinx it. With snickers, all eyes eagerly slid over to you and Cove. Shocked at her implication, his cheek burned red. There was no missing the meaning in Ma's words. She was clear as a bell, and she knew it. Your mind leapt to a plan you've been creating. You had been making moves in that direction. When the coach agreed to Ma's word, you'll be helpful. It was waiting for him to ask. Your mind leapt at these words. It wasn't something you'd planned on, but maybe she was right. But instantly, we were happy with the relation we had. You didn't want anything else now. Nope, let's wait. But you stared straight ahead, trying to conceal the marriage thought spinning in your head. The last thing you wanted was to pressure him into acting before he was ready. You caught Cove shyly rubbing at the slight scar that was still visible on his arm. His stuttering never quite reached the full sentence. It instantly turned into silence. Cove's brain was shutting down. Ma had sympathy for him.
There.
Not have to say anything. It's just a little thing to wonder. At that, Cove's mouth snapped shut. With a stiff nod, he crankily glanced at you. If it was only the two of you here, you get the impression he would have had something to say. For now, a meaningful look was all that there was. Right then, let's get back to what we were doing. After that, you enthusiastically began setting up plans to meet up with your friends. They both were able to come see you, having kept the schedule free for this, and you couldn't wait. Cove was also speedily sending text messages. Since you conveyed the plans to Terry and Randy, you imagined that he was letting his parents know about what he was going to be up to. The group continued to chat and catch up until it was time for your mom's brunch and your big meetup with your friends. Soon enough, everyone was out the door, looking forward to their fun-filled afternoon and the dinner later that night. Smash. Once again, on the neighborhood street, you looked at Cove. He stood at your side with a burnt smile. Terry and Randy were driven into town, while you and Cove were traveling on foot to meet them at an easier to reach spot. Man, we really are kids in Cecil Bird again, having to rely on other people who actually have cars to really get anywhere. Now we're stuck walking to whatever is nearby. No, not the childhood back again. The snort was followed by a true laughter from Cove. Teasingly, you pounded. This isn't funny, Cove. I don't want to be a baby again. Nice one. I didn't really realize we were regressing to that seriously. He shrugged, then stuck his hands in his pockets. The thought of being little again made you shiver. I couldn't go back to that. I like being me currently.
Me too.
I like you too. Yo, sheesh. Sir.
Let's go. You bounced forward several steps and shot Cove a playful look over your shoulder. With that, the two of you began your trip down the old road. There was a casual strolling into town, and before you knew it, you were at one of the large parking slots in Sunset Birds. It was the one that used to have the little crepe stall. Oh! Remembering that the delicious smell, you got lost in thoughts. The store did well enough that it moved into a full-size building a couple of years ago now. You sent pictures, it was very cute. You'd seen pictures, sorry. The parking lot was now just, well, an empty lot of that cars could theoretically park in. Not many took the offer. Cove pulled out his phone, texting Terry and Randy in the group chat to let them know you'd made it. Someone must have answered already because Cove gave you a status update while staring at the screen. Randy texted, I can see you. The blare of a car horn cut you off. You and Cove both turned towards the source of the noise, sorry. One of the windows rolled down.
Hey, buddies.
That's a very different voice from what we heard before, okay. The friend had arrived, making a spectacle of it as expected. Being the only car meant that they got the pick off a lot. So they pulled next to a stop in front of you. Pull it to a stop in front of you, okay. The window closed back up and instead the two front doors popped open. Terry and Miranda stepped out onto the pavement. Hi Cove, hi Jimmy. With a cheery wave, Miranda skipped towards you. Terry, on the other hand, walked speedily over to Cove, squeezing him into a hug. A quiet laugh escaped Cove, along with the majority of the air in his lungs. He didn't fight the constriction, but instead gave Terry back a pat with a large grin and spreading across his face. Ooh, okay. When he let Cove go, Terry came right up to you. He held his fist up for you to bump it. Sidestepping his fist, you rubbed Terry into a big hug. What is wrong with me today? A big hug. He held you back tingling, rocking you back and forth excitedly. He felt, oh, that's a big height difference. I didn't expect it in a smash. It felt so nice to have your friends group reunited as adults. Terry was currently full-time lifeguard down at the busier beach at town over. You're proud of him. He'd help a lot of people in his line of work. Miranda took Cove's hand and one of yours in her other. Her eyes alight, she gave you both a gentle squeeze.
So great.
I'm so happy to see you again. Hi Terry, hi Miranda. He answered assuredly. It was clear that he was equally glad to see them. The reunion was long awaited. For a while, Miranda had been working hard as an assistant at a school, while continuing her own education. She also kept busy running a small online shop, selling crafted knickknacks she made. Same. You held her hand back tightly. You send your moms a silent thanks for making brunch plans and giving you this afternoon to catch up with your friends. Miranda released your hands, clicking. I'm tired of my brain and my mouth. I'm tired of it. Giggling. Giggling, she eyed you both carefully. So how have you
It's
been?
nice.
Things have been nice. I mean, I got this booba. How can I not be fine? I think it's perfect.
That's
I mean,
cool.
look at this. And this. Just look at this man. I can tell you're sparkling. Exactly, he's sparkling. Standing up straighter, you felt a surge of pride for yourself. You were really happy with where you were in life and where the trajectory seemed like it was taking you. I'm really glad for you. What about you? I'm super. Very fast. Terry settled up next to Miranda and put his arm around her shoulder, sighing dreamily. Randy chuckled up at her boyfriend. Yeah, things have been unbelievable. He pressed his cheek against Miranda's. What the hell is going on between them two? And she let out a light squeak. The sight put an amused grin on your face. Your friends made a wonderful couple. They knew each other well and cared about each other so much. It was no shock at all when you heard the news that they started dating. Absolutely not, no. The corner of your mouth curled playfully while you took in the warm welcome all around. At times it was still kind of funny how your group of 4 friends evolved into 2 couples. I mean, with him it kind of was like that since we were 13, you know, but yeah, I guess. Not that you were complaining about it, you thought it was an amazing thing. Cole then pulled his phone out and peeked at the screen. He repeated the motion every so often. He raised a curious eyebrow with his unusual behavior. Cole was too focused on whatever he was doing to even notice you noticing him, which was even stranger.
So,
Is there anything either of you want to do while we're here? Any place you'd want to see? I'd be up for a lot of things, but actually there is something that I want to do right here. Oh yeah? What's that? Dancing? A slow dance, maybe? Terry poked at Cove's arm playfully. Miranda met your eye, slightly asking if you had any idea what Cove was talking about. You shrugged. I just want to see my friend. Cove, you already doing that.
Well,
True, but I could be doing it even more. You, Terry, and Miranda all turned to Cove with identical, incredulous expressions. His stare moved to a point past you 3, and you heard the scrape of sand and gravel underfoot. Someone else stepped into the parking lot. Startled, jumped at the call of a warm voice shouting over.
Sup, guys and gals?
Smash! Running a hand through his hair, the person who crossed the lot was unmistakably Derek Suarez. He was beaming the whole way. Big smash. Smash just as much as Cove. Like, dang. It's been too long, even though it hasn't actually been that long. But long enough. Hunk alert. True. I'm hugging him. He was comforting and solid, but he was also big enough that it was hard to fit him in your arms. You could feel the rumble of his laughter against your cheek. Derek held you in return.
I missed you.
Thank the voice. I didn't expect the voice. Okay.
He spoke to you gently. You were filled just being there. Reunited with him. Derek was a good friend of yours, and he had been for a long time. Hey. He waved over at Terry and Miranda pleasantly. Over the years, they all had met several times in passing, simply through being friends with the same people. Sup, big man? Hi, it's great you could come. Gove put himself next to Derek. Happy, he clapped a hand on his friend's shoulder. Don't break your hand, you know. His shoulder is probably rock hard. Don't break your hand, please. Hi, thanks for coming.
Thanks.
Of course, thanks for inviting me. Sheepishly, I like that word, sheepishly. Cove looked back at you and the others. That's when it clicked in your mind. It wasn't his parents that he was texting earlier. It was Derek the entire time. Derek in his town for a few months. Nope. Derek is in town. Yes, I can do it. Derek is in town for a few months to help my dad and his dad with some work. I can give Derek a nice forearm workout, hey yo? I mean, I understand you. I would be like, my whole body is your workout. Go ahead, have fun. Yep, I'm working on my own business thing too, but I'm still involved with running the scuba shop one is called for.
Very nifty.
Humming, Derek elbowed Cove.
So?
But hey, we don't have to stand around here for my sake. What's the plan? Let's hit the town. Dun, 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 dun. Eager to get going, everyone piled into Carrie's car. The rest of the afternoon was spent visiting spots all over Sunset Bird. Put me between Cove and Big Boy. Listen, just put me between the two of them. Laughing and reminiscing the whole way. Once it started to get late, Terry brought you and Cove back to the neighborhood. You didn't have to walk there after all. You didn't get out until promises were made to see each other again before your trip ended. Side by side, you and Cove stood in the street and waved at the car as it drove away. Terry tapped the horn for 2 honks while Miranda stuck her hand out the window to wave back. You caught Derek in the back window, giving you both a wide grin. Sighting as soon as the car turned down another street, they were finally out of sight. Well, that was one party. Time for another. Ready to go see your moms? Always. Let's keep the celebrating going. You shimmied a bit right there in the street for added emphasis. Emphasis, yes. He looked at you amusedly and rolled his eyes. Come on, let's go. Spirit high, you and Cove crossed the distance to your house. It was almost time for the anniversary dinner. You barely stepped over the threshold of the condo before Ma descended, eagerly welcoming you both. The usual greetings were followed by questions on everyone's well-being. After which the conversation moved on the excited chatter about tonight's dinner plan. Let me have a Kinder Bueno. Let me eat it while we keep going. Cove excused himself to the restroom to freshen up before being on the move again. Is it the shirt making him look so hot? Can I have the same shirt, please? Where did that come from? Exactly, my point. I packed it with me so I could get dressed before the dinner without having to go back to the hotel. Didn't you? Or maybe you have stuff still here at your mom's place? No, Cove, I didn't do that.
Huh.
Your mom's party is at the country club. But that's also where Liz took golf lessons. Not everyone in there is in their their best. It'd be different if we were going to one of the club's parties, but we only going for a regular meal. I mean, you can keep the shirt. Absolutely, yes. Cole was as baffled by your explanation as you were by his actions. He threw his arm up, desperate for understanding.
Seriously?
How can you not dress nicely for a country club? I don't think the zipper is as special as you decided it is. You saw Ma, she was in normal clothes, and she's one of the guests of honors. His frown wobbled and his cheek became far pinker. He looked down at his own self-regrettably as he pulled at the cuffed ends of his shirt. Why do you make him regret it? He looked so hot. Let him be like that, you know? He seemed more like a scolded child than a grown man dressed for the latest charity gala. I thought she was gonna get changed while you were and me were. Man, no way. She did a whole lot more than that. Well, it's okay. You look very nice. You're sure a cutie. How much of an idiot you are.
Look very nice.
I had earned you a sheepy smile, though he still clearly wished his look hadn't garnered any extra attention. I mean, you naked is well, also extra attention, yeah. Yeah, because you're naked, yeah. Never mind, I take it back. I was gonna say that, but like for the opposite reason, like it's nothing extraordinary, but actually it is, so yeah. Never mind. I didn't say anything. Cove's eye stole a glance at the hall, as if he was calculating if he'd have time for another quick change. Unfortunately for him, it was not meant to be. The time to head came far quicker than you expected. Ooh, nice. Num num. A manly v-neck and very manly booba. Yep. Yep. We agree. Like, I'm noticing that there's not even a thing here. You know, like this. I forgot the name. Whoop, my bad. This. There's not even one here. Like, he looks so hot. What the hell? That's so unfair. Why did they do this to us? Cove's dad and Kira swung by the condo to make sure everything was in order. And for your second surprise that night, Cove's dad was also in the formal clothes. Cove's face excitedly whipped towards yours at the same time Cove's dad went to Kira's. The two men pointed at one another. See, he knows. Exactly, sport. Kira was talking to me like I was crazy. The aforementioned what? Kira placed her hand delicately yet dramatically across her eyes. Clifford, our son only knows this because you are the one who raised him. True. Cove's dad chuckled, his arm moving to scratch at the back of his neck. Yeah, that's my boy. The end of Cliff's mouth gently bent up. He truly was his father's kid in more ways than he even realized. They may be the only ones in the group, potentially the only guests at the entire club, all gassed up, but at least they could now take solace in one another. That looked to be good enough for them. All the Honeygel family, as well as the honorary member Cliff, Kira, and Cove. Every time I'm reading Honeygel, the only thing I can think of is butter in the basement. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. It's very disturbing. So, as well as the ordinary members, Cliff, Kira, and Cove headed out at the same time to the Cyprus. It was to be a perfect reunion. An impeccably smart host greeted you on arrival, smoothly leading the way to the set of tables reserved for your group. Slipping and sliding. Yo, what is it exactly? What is it slipping and sliding? Huh? Once all y'all had settled in, chosen drinks were poured into delicate glasses. The food would be coming out later, letting you soak up the atmosphere for a little longer. Smiling, Your parents faced the group of familiar faces, all gathered here together to share this special day with them. Mom reached over and took Ma's hand, grasping it between both of hers.
Thanks.
Thanks for being here tonight, gang. Marrying this lady here, right here, is the best thing I've ever done, and there's no one else I'd want to celebrate that with. Yes, we're so lucky. Not only do we have each other, but we've got such large loving family through all of you. True. Around you, you heard people saying "aww" and chuckling appreciatively at the comment. Lee had clasped her hand tightly in front of her, her eyes shining. Your eyes met Liz's misty ones, and the affection she had for her moms carried over to you too. Ooh. Nice art. She returned your attention towards the happy couple just as they leaned in to kiss, smiling all the while. No, Mom, I don't want to see you kissed. The table responded with cheers and clapping, shouts of happy anniversary, and other congratulations continuing even after they'd broken apart. Mom beamed as she watched Ma giggle genuinely. The waiter reappeared, delivering delicious plates of food, and the dinner began in earnest. Both conversation and laughter continued to flow freely as the night went on, with the two families relishing the opportunity to be together once more. Eventually, after your hunger and thirst had been fully satisfied, the plates were clean and the event began to draw to a close. Cliff and Kira exchanged goodbyes with your family before heading out together. Gove gave his goodbyes to his parents while hanging back until your moms were ready to head off. You were getting a lift back with your moms. It was already late, so it would discuss the possibility of going straight to the hotel rather than going back to the condo. But Gove had asked if they didn't mind taking him back to the neighborhood. He'd wanted to visit a little longer. Your moms had happily agreed. Lisa and Lee were feeling tired, so your moms swung by the hotel during the trip home, while you and Cove made the full journey with them. Riding in the back seat of your mom's car, with Cove felt more than a little nostalgic. As your eyes drifted over to him, his head resting on the window, it was hard to believe how much time had passed. Mom stretched as she got out of the car, smiling over her shoulder as she headed towards the house. Time to put my feet up. You two joining us? Cove shook his head. Nah, thanks. It's your anniversary. You don't have to entertain me. I take us a walk. It's never any trouble to have you over, Cove. Let him do as he pleases, Lenny. But you better not stay out too much later or there'll be trouble. Ma chuckled as Mom waggled a finger, her expression exaggeratedly severe as she reprised a role that, in truth, she'd never really played. Neither of your parents had been particularly harsh as you'd grown up. Ma joined in the act. Don't go too wild just because there's no school tomorrow. Oh, please. Laughing, they made their way inside, leaving you standing out in the dark street with Cove. You didn't even need to ask him why. You already had the answer for this. He wasn't yet ready for the day to end. Without a word, Cove began to stroll down the road. You walked alongside with him. You'd known your destination long before you arrived on the dark and utterly deserted beach. Deserted beach. There were no lights down here, nothing but the moon and the stars for illumination. The only sound were the gentle waves rolling in and out and the soft sound of a footprint you left in the sand. In other words, it was perfect. I'm calling out the marriage proposal. I'm calling it out. Cove stepped out into the waves without a word. He looked at the sky with a smile, then took his head down and began to pull his fancy shirt off.
Smash!
He tucked it over his head and lopped in backwards, further up the beach and out of the reach of the waves.
They're not beginning a show.
Cove froze, his arm still raised from when he'd thrown his shirt Slowly he came back to life, stiffly putting his arm back down. Your commentary had made him self-conscious. Laughing, you clapped your hands in delight at his awkwardness. Cove slipped his dress pant off and tossed them back in roughly the same direction as his shirt. He was down just as his polka dot boxer brief. Okay, we don't say anything. I was scared. For a moment there, I was scared. Sometimes you really were struck by the way in which he was braver than his younger self. This was definitely one of those times. He never ever would have done this when you were both living on this street. But you also knew he still wouldn't do it with anyone other than he'd spent all those years with. Nah, let's take it off you, okay? Cove waded further into water until it came up to his chest. You just fastened your clothes and let them behind you, just as Cove had done moments before. You didn't even bother to see where they'd fallen before following him deeper into the sea. Cove grinned as you approached. I'm gonna be in so much trouble with my mom when we get back.
I guess.
Yeah? Oh well. Think fast. He splashed water at you as soon as the words had left his lips, giving you no time to prepare. The splash had caught you full on, leaving you spluttering and drenched.
Splashing back.
Seeing what you were doing, Cove put his hand up for protection. This was no use. The water washed over him, leaving his hair soaked through. Cove sighed, then looked at you mournfully. The sudden shift in mood alarmed you, but those worries disappeared as soon as he opened his mouth. Was still not merfolk, the world is cruel. You snickered. After a moment, Cove's mock sadness broke, and he joined in. The two of you wound up drifting further down along the shoreline, chatting and enjoying the chance to be back on the beach that had provided the backdrop for so much of his childhood. Eventually, a silhouette of structures appeared up ahead. As you drew closer, you realized it was the old playground. Cove spotted it and hurried towards it, dragging himself out of the water and heading into the park. Wet sand coated his feet and lower legs with every step, clinching thickly enough that it began to resemble a bizarre pair of boots. As you followed him, you wondered how many visitors Visitor Park got these days. There were officially no children living in that neighborhood now.
Smash. Double smash. Triple smash.
Cove gazed at his surroundings in wide-eyed awe. He didn't care at all after that he was soaking wet and drenched only in his underwear. Crouching, he gently pushed one of the child-sized swing seat, marveling at it all.
Wow.
I can't believe how tiny everything is. We were seriously small enough to use these? What are you smashing? Your ass? Hee. He shook his head, unable to fathom just how little you'd both been when you first met, then walked over to the monkey bars. Once these had been a challenge for you. Now they were a little more than waist height next to Cove. What the heck? We in his time? Ooh. Cove turned his back to the bars and hopped up onto them with ease, sliding on them comfortably. Let's sit on the bars, women. You were strange seeing a dull cove juxtaposed with a baby playground, but you took your own place on the structures. This place had been something so exciting to Cove back when he first arrived, and apparently it was to this day. Cove smiled eagerly as you approached, kicking his feet in the air happily, briefly forgetting the low vantage point until the tip of his toe scraped along the ground. He continued to swing his feet, but with a little more care. He thought it was adorable. In this moment, you were home. You just so happened to be the place you'd grown up. But really, anywhere you could be with Cove was that for you. You had held a special place in your heart for so long, and so much of your life had been shared. You'd grown up in the same street, which had given you some common ground, but it went far beyond that. You had both chosen from a young age to share your life with each other. You wouldn't have it any other way. Here we are again. Here we are. The mood has shifted now. The funny, impulsive night beach trip with the spike of adrenaline that came from you playing in the water under the moonlight had settled into something quieter and more nostalgic. Cove leaned back, tilting his head towards the sky to admire the stars above. Too bad I wasn't able to bring my surfboard along for this. Cove shrugged dramatically, trying to lift the mood a little. The dinner was really nice. It was great to do all this. The smile he had when he spoke, those words fell as quickly as he had appeared. It went by so fast. We all came out here for a party and it's over. Liz, Lee, our parents, we'll all be going back to our own things now. But what else can we do except say it's okay? I guess it's part of growing up. This place and these people, they are our foundation. It shaped who we are now, like making castle out of sand. I owe a lot to Sunset Bird. His eyes twinkled fondly, and Cove's voice was gently when he spoke again. We had a good childhood, I think. I think so too.
It's nice.
Yeah, it's a nice place to grow up. He shook his head, sighing heavily. Alright. His smile took an uncharacteristically harsh twist. You had the feeling where this was going. We better get home before your dumb parents or who don't know anything get mad. You had to laugh at the whole half-hearted impression of the sour kid you once encountered in this very pod. No, not him, please. He chuckled along with you for a moment before tapering off. I hope we don't get grounded. The joke kept coming. It was very amusing imagining that not only could your mom somehow ground you as a fully grown and independent adult, but that their powers extended over Cove as well. As much as you were enjoying being back here, Cove was right. You had to accept that you needed to go now. It was late and your moms were still expecting to see you before you got right back to the hotel. You and Cove hopped down from the bars, landing easily with the ground only a short moment distance below. Before you could return, you had some clothes to retrieve from the beach. You trod the same path, following the footprint down the shore you'd left in the sand only a little earlier. Once you and Cove had scrunched up your abandoned clothes, you started to walk up the whole path home, side by side. Droplets of water slipped down on your skin and fell into the road as you made your way back to your mom's house. As you and Cove were still soaked and sandy from your earlier adventure, it was likely that you were leaving quite a trail in your wake. But you'd seen Cove's bedroom growing up. It was only natural for him. The air was slightly humid, already pleasantly dense with moisture that felt like a hug as it closed around you. Any damn footstep that were left behind would take longer to dry in this weather. The sign of your adventure might even be visible when the sun came up the next day. You hoped so. You quite liked the idea of you and Cove leaving your mark on your hometown again, even if only for a little while. Despite being soaked through and most undressed, the balmy summer night prevented you from feeling any chill. You were entirely comfortable. In truth, you felt warm inside and out. The day had been so lovely, spending time with friends and family, and your eyes drifted over to Cove. Cove Holden, your boyfriend. Just seeing him brought a smile to your face. Wasn't to be with you, make me so happy. Truly my other half. Always with you. Cove turned to you, his eyes widened and adoring, and he bit his lips as he smiled shyly. You could tell that your words had touched him. I feel the same way, exactly. He held your gaze for a moment longer, looking straight at you as he spoke again.
I love you.
I love you forever. You enveloped him in a hug. Playfully bumped against him with your side, you kissed him. Kiss. Catching him by the hand, you stopped Cove in his track and pulled him close. Your heart somersaulted as your lips smelt. At this moment, with this quiet seaside town at rest, it felt like it was just the two of you in the world. Cove returned the kiss, gently cradling your head with his hand until you broke apart. You're full of joy, all other concerns and the day-to-day stresses of normal life were squeezed out by it. All you could think in that moment was how your life was wonderful. Every second and every day needed to end sometime, and that time had little comfort tonight. You had to get at least some rest and bring it all up to a close. And so the two of you went inside to say goodnight to your moms, as well as clean yourself up as best as you could. Your moms, both in pajamas, ready for their own sleep, hooted in laughter as you came inside. Disheveled and damped, and the teasing continued until the car came to get you to the hotel. Cove stayed silent as he put his casual clothes on again, placing the normal ones back in the bag he brought them in. You'd given Mom and Ma plenty of material for mock scolding, and you got a playful lecture about not getting into the water without bothering the change first. You just grinned at your partner in crime, feeling like a naughty kid again. Naughty, naughty. It had been worth it. By the time you and Cove finally dragged yourself to a hotel room for the night, the sky had been darker for some time, and the lonely hotel hallway were quiet. The late hour made you feel a sense of fulfillment. You really were making the most of your trip. It was such an odd thought that this was almost over. You had settled into this new routine naturally. All familiar streets and faces made everything easy to get used to. The two of you drowsily shuffled past an ice machine and into your room. Cove set his phone on his bedside table and you followed suit. Are you hydrating? No? Maybe not? I should go make myself a tea, but I'm a bit too lazy. I'll go make myself a tea soon. Drink if you need to. Yeah, don't worry. I don't actually need to right now. You both started settling in for the night, but thank you for taking care of me. The hotel room was a welcome sight after your long day. Smash. You noticed Cove rubbed the back of his neck and yawned. His voice was quiet and distant. I hope the pet sitter is doing good. The wish wasn't exactly directed to you. It was just a sleepy thought that Cove had unleashed upon the world at large. But you still agreed. I hope so too. Cove still kept fish after all these years. Delightful. Colorful things in huge aquariums. He spent a lot of time when he wanted to relax just watching them swim. You had also adopted a pet, who you loved dearly. Your home was a lovely place of a critter that both of you cared for. That was why, with both of you gone, it had been important to find a decent pet sitter. Cove's anxiety about leaving them hadn't subdued. Over the vacation, you had caught him a few times testing the pet sitter and asking about the fish. It'll be okay. Cove turned his head to you, the nervousness still coming off despite his exhaustion. I know what you mean, but you choose that person for a reason. You trust them. But they're all fine. They just miss you. Cove smiled, appreciative of your comfort. You nodded in satisfaction. Mission accomplished! Cove yawned widely. He seemed confused at the magnitude of it. He groggily blinked at you. I think it's time for bed. He squinted at your wrist, as if looking at a watch. Yeah, it's bedtime o'clock. The two of you got changed and brushed your teeth in no time both. Okay, at no time at all, both of you were cozy and ready to sleep. After that, you flop onto your side and on the shared bed. Cove headed over to his side and you felt the mattress dip under your weight. You tucked yourself under the covers and Cove snuggled in closer to the middle. You turned on your side to face him and scooted slightly closer. Your nose almost touched, and Cove watched you with a soft expression on his face. Cove gently spoke, his word like a lullaby.
Night.
Night. Cove's eyes fluttered shut, and he let out a contented sigh. There was a warmth from Cove's body next to you. He was right there. Your hands on him? Ayo, but I'm more about the comforting. Your eyes felt closed sometimes after. You were not sure exactly when, only the fact that they were now too heavy to open. You felt a mixture of bitter and sweet emotion. You were happy to be here, but sad it was ending. It was a relief that you would soon be in your own home again, but also wondering when you could return here. There were many more feelings swirling around in your head that hadn't even crystallized into thoughts yet. Paradoxically, you felt nice but also confused, but then also nice from the confusion. In the back of your mind, you realized that you really must be tired. Unsurprisingly, your exhaustion did not give you too much time to muse on your emotion, and in what felt like seconds, you were already dreaming. The dream dancing around your head became fragmented and faded until you couldn't remember a thing about them at all. You were growing more aware of the real world. Woke up on my own. Woke up with a smile. Your rough plans for the day wound their way into your mind, rubbing the sleepy seed away. You were looking forward to today. You sat up fully with a big yawn, stretching your back, then your arms, and lastly your neck before accepting the day. The blanket fell to the side while you swung your legs over to the side of the bed. A part of it almost got caught on your foot, but you kicked it away. Cove slipped out of bed on the opposite side. Today would be your last day in Sunset Bird. The only thing you had planned was some family time in the old neighborhood. You figured you'd see where the day took you from there. Yawning again, you glanced over at your clothes. There was just one more day to live out of your bag. I'm really looking forward to having my full wardrobe again. I don't have anything clean left, but oh well. Anything you want to see me in today? Don't say I made dress because I'm not wearing that. Nope. You're teasing at Cove, shaking his head, but then his gaze locked with yours. His smile grew and you raised a quizzical eyebrow. You already know the answer to that. An anklet? Well, I was thinking if anything is good on you, but that's also a nice guess. Alright, let's get things going. Our family is all waiting. Nodding, you and Cove swiftly finished getting ready in the small hotel room. As soon as you had your stuff together and were ready to go, you were off. During the ride there, you and Cove decided to visit your dad's house for this time. Smash. When you got dropped off, Cove eagerly hopped out of the street with his eyes locked on his father's condo. Your gaze fell on your boyfriend. He stood in the middle of the street where you grew up together, while the summer sun made him sunshine. Though, he was the brightest light in your eyes no matter what. Oh, I can finally see the car, which is really small now. What? You wouldn't give up any single second of your time with Cove. Meeting him there, you were looking forward to how today's chapter would unfold. Cove strode up to his old front door and casually flung it open without bothering to knock once again. You followed at his side as he poked his head in. You closed the door behind you both. Hello! You found Cliff and Kira in the kitchen, getting breakfast ready. Kira was cutting an apple while Cliff was watching a frying pan sizzle. Cove's parents waved from across the room, not straying from their task. Good morning, you two. Yeah, good morning. Hello to you. Hope you slept well.
Thanks.
Thanks for swinging by. You're more than welcome to join us for breakfast here, if you haven't already eaten, of course. We haven't yet, though even if we had, there's always room for more. Kira chuckled. She put down the knife she had in her hand, so that all her attention could be on her son. You're still my giant growing baby boy. Mom, please. Kira didn't pay Cove's whining any mind. Instead, she put a finger up to her lips as she thought. Her eyes on you and then glimpsing towards a window.
What do you think?
I wonder, do you think your family's eaten yet, Jamie? Not sure. Cove and I came over here first. Your eyes flicked over to the clock on the oven. Given the time, your moms may have eaten, or they could be having a slower morning. It was a coin toss either way. Well, give him a call. They could come over. Cove nodded, a sage expression on his face. Making them breakfast is what you couldn't do after how much food I ate at their house growing up.
Right.
True, but very true. Alright. You took your phone out, even though your moms both had cells for years. The house number was the one that you had memorized as a kid, and the first entry of your contact list. As the call connected, you tapped the speaker button. You figured it would be easier if everyone could hear what was going on. You heard a click and familiar static.
Hello.
Hello Jamie, nice to hear from you. Hey Ma, good morning. I'm across the street right now and Cove's family wanted me to invite everyone to breakfast. Do you want to come over? That sounds delightful, but Mela and I can do that. Liz and Lee should be able to make it too. That'd be fine. Cliff took a step forward and spoke loudly, so that his voice would be picked up. It definitely would be. The more the merrier.
Marvelous.
We may have gotten together for dinner last night, but there's no law that we can't do it again for breakfast today. Enjoy the company while you can, is what I think. Ma giggled, and you could hear some rustling with a blind. Thank you. I'll let them know and we'll be right over. Cliff gave a thumbs up. Cove shook his head with amusement. Dad just gave a thumb up. I'm telling you since you can't see him over the phone. Kira snorted and laughter rang out, filling the kitchen. Cliff switched thumb up hand to instead scratch the back of his head.
See you.
Well, it sounds like we'll see you soon. Goodbye for a little while. You could feel her smile from her voice. Bye, Ma. You ended the call with a satisfying tap on the red button. Cliff's eyes wandered around the space. We better get cooking.
Sounds good.
I can help. Me too. No way, you're guests. Kira and I have got this. She grinned. There was something playful in the twist of her lips.
Right.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Cliff. I've been in your spot before, there's no choice but to accept it. Cove sighed, but from the sparkle in his eyes, you could see that he was entertained. Fine, we'll just hang out over here, I guess. Good. Cove walked over to the living room and gestured at the couch. You both took a seat, getting a comfortable spot to wait for food and family. Cove tilted to where his parents with his chin, then shook his head with a gentle smile. Started asking if you could believe this. All you had was a silent shrug. Time passed, filled with light chatting. Cove kept a careful watch on his parents' culinary progress and teasingly kept a running commentary. Oh, Dad adding another pinch of salt? I wonder if that's a good idea. Cliff had raised his voice to project over to the living room, he sounded very amused. It's funny that you of all people are commenting on my salt usage. We were both born and raised in saltwater. Besides, I'm sure you remember back when you were about 12 and tried to make. Go flush slightly and his smile remained as bright as ever. Do you really want to start talking about cooking mistakes, Dad? Because I remember lots of things too. Like, what about that chowder? What is that? That was supposed to be pie. Cove and his family were quite a show to listen to. You chimed in occasionally, but mostly you provided the laugh track. Eventually, there was a rhythm knock on the door.
Oh.
That's them. He said it loudly for his parents' benefit. He nodded and got up to greet your family. When you opened the door, surprisingly, there were no moms. Why no moms? Terry stood in front of Miranda at his side. Derek waved from behind them. Hey buddies, we come to see you too before we left. The plan would have been to go over to Jamie's house next if you weren't here. Luckily, you two aren't hard to find. What he said, and hi. Cove burst into a happy laughter. His boys were high in spirit, not unlike how he looked after unwrapping a nice present. Wow, thanks for coming. Hello. Kira's boys carried through the house from the kitchen. Cliff likewise projected. Great, the whole gang will be here. You heard the sound of cabin open and shut. A pan clattered and the faucet turned on.
Are we interrupting something?
No, you can always join. You have free access everywhere you want. My parents, sister, and cousin are coming over for breakfast. They should be here in a few minutes. Yeah, but my dad always makes a ton of food anyway. There's no problem for you guys to join us. Gove waved off their concern before pausing with a thoughtful hum. The only real problem is, do we have enough place for all these people to sit? He peered back into the house and started counting the dining table, chairs, and bar stools. 5, 6. Clive interrupted when Cove began trying to use his finger to connect the different chair to a different guest.
No worries.
Don't worry, some people can squish together on the sofa. It'll be fine. This is really gonna be a party. Well, I'd be happy to extend the invitation. Yeah, you'd have to be crazy to skip out on this.
Thanks.
Thank you for making room. We're really glad that you came. Okay, I'm gonna BRB soon. No, actually not soon, now. I'm gonna go make myself a tea, okay? So a quick tea and then we can continue. I am back. Welcome back, me. Hi, me. You guys had time enough to do your tea and get your snacks and brush your teeth and take your shower and pooped and peed and get yourself in pajamas or I don't know, or something. What did you make? Just normal black tea. I mean, with milk and sugar, obviously. Oh yeah, just a normal regular tea. And unlike some people here in the chat, I do not microwave my tea. Absolutely not, no. Let's go back to the game. The three friends finally piled into their house. Before they had the chance to settle in, the doorbell rang and Miranda had sat down.
Alright.
Only Miranda has sat down, okay. Yeah, it's efficient. Yeah. What they all say. Now that has to be done. People laughed as he walked over to the door and opened it up. He was right this time. It was your parents, Liz and Lee, all crowded in the front. Is it Teabag 1 or Louis Tiller? Teabag. They squinted into the house and were surprised at how many greetings were said. The sheer force of a chorus of hellos was impressive.
What?
How did they beat us here? How early did Jamie call you? We're literally across the street. Exactly. My point. Okay, yeah. Just a normal regular tea, black tea bag, you know. The normal stuff. Terry's noted at your sister's confusion. He seemed quite pleased with himself. We were surprised, we called ourselves.
Cool.
Very cool. I'm disturbed about something. Her hair wasn't like that, right? Her hair wasn't this color, right? It was brown, right? Please, somebody. I'm not crazy, right? She was brown hair, right? Cliff smirked as he adjusted the settings on the stovetop. It's a little more crowded than expected, but we're making it work. Let me drink tea. Do you put milk? Yes. I actually don't dislike tea without milk. It's just like I put milk because I'm used to it, basically. I think I prefer tea with milk, but I don't dislike it without either. The thing I like really need is my 2 sugars. What milk? Just regular, normal cow milk, you know. It's the what is it? The half creamed or the without? I don't know how to say it in English. Whatever, whole cream. Not even. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what's the name. Just the normal type of cream, you know. Go let the final group complete the picture inside, and they took the chance to greet you along with everyone else. When the excited energy buzzing around the table started to calm, you had a second to truly appreciate this view. The most important people in your life all together again. It still felt too good to be true to have everyone here. And then you noticed that Kira stood back up. She clapped her hands once in a satisfying smack.
Any housies.
I hate to interrupt. But I thought you'd wanna know that the food's done cooking. Cliff crossed the floor to place a pile of silverware on the table, and then he dropped stuff off on other surfaces around the rest of the living room. When he was done, he gestured towards the food.
Okay.
The place on the kitchen. Serve yourself and sit wherever you'd like. The guests happily formed the line, and the meal was steadily passed around. Before long, each person claimed a seat in the whole living area, some at the table over at the kitchen island, and some situated at the couches. Conversation tricked across the various clutter of friends as everyone dug in. Cove finished his plate in a record time with pleased sight. He put his fork down and surveyed the room. This is really cool. Just how we're getting to do this kind of thing. I like this too, Cove. I hope we'll be able to make this happen again. Of course, there'll always be more reason to get the game back together in the future. Yeah, like a marriage with Cove. No, just saying, DLC, dreaming. Yes, the two of you might even dare to celebrate your early anniversary gasp every year. The smirk on Liz's face grew only wider as your mom giggled at her teasing. Ma shook her head, chuckling softer now.
Shush.
Liz, shush.
True.
Honestly, we just might. You've made a good point. It does come around every year. You should. Seriously, you deserve a big celebration for your magical day. The kids are right. We've got a lot of people who want to appreciate you. You've gotta give them a chance. It's true. I know I have a lot to thank you for. There were more nods of agreement around the room, and your moms took each other's hand for support. Neither were expected so much encouragement. We'll think about it. She'll think about it, and I'll tell Annie to stop thinking so hard if she doesn't agree.
Good.
Good job, Mom. Now with that settled, let us continue to enjoy this perfect gathering. Actually, you wanna know who else being here would make this extra perfect? I'm curious about this. If it's a bad idea, I might go back, but I'm curious about it. As amazing as this was, you couldn't help but think of absent faces. In seconds, everyone curious turned their attention to you. Shiloh, Jeremy, Baxter. Not him. Absolutely not. Cove turned to you with a genuine thoughtful look. He rubbed at his forearm while he composed the words. Jeremy, absolutely not. It'd be kind of interesting to see what Baxter would be like now. I think I wouldn't mind seeing him again, though. It'd probably be awkward. Yeah, that's what I think too. I just want to know. Baxter was that cool guy with the ice shirt and the fancy rental car, right? I liked him. He was pretty nice. A loud snort came from Liz before she slapped her hand over her mouth. Her shoulders trembled with laughter at your rejection.
Oh.
Well, Jimmy, I'm really not sure about that, but I guess I'm a little curious about what ended up happening to him. I bet he's doing well. He was a bright kid. Cove shrugged, listening to the thread of the conversation. When he caught his gaze, he smiled softly, and he hoped that whatever Shiloh was, that he was going as well as you, Cove, and Liz. I just want to see. Cove's expression twisted into a small grimace the second Jeremy's name rolled off your tongue. Snickering, your grin widened, thinking back to the angry little kid boy that you'd been making jokes about for years. The amusement on your face faltered the moment your eyes fell on Derek. His eyebrows were pinched together while he sat there, silently confused. Derek, don't you remember Jeremy? Not really, no. Should I? Not really. We met him around the playground, I think. Many years ago. Wow, I don't remember him at all. He was mean and loud. He had bowl cut hairstyle. Yeah, that's an Oregon Abel, sorry. It's alright. It's probably for the best. Laughing there. There was a playfulness in Kira's stare as she scanned the room. She slowly placed her index finger on her chin. Now that I think of it, there's something I haven't done in a while. Eyebrows raised at Kira's incomplete thought. She was wordlessly urged to continue. Kira didn't hesitate. Look through all the photos Cliff has here. Wouldn't that be fun for all of us? Oh, baby Cove photo. What, Mom? Why would you say that? Particular photos of me. And that's why. Embarrassing my baby boy is just one of the perks of being a mom. Much to Cove's dismay, his mom was thoroughly entertained at his outburst. She winked at you in your direction. Meanwhile, Cliff eagerly stood with a wave of proud affection for his son and completely missed Kira's teasing intent.
Oh,
I think that's a great idea. Anyone else interested in the pictures? No. I am. Lee shouted her hand up before Cliff could even take a full step. Terry and Miranda snuck each other a glance before nodding with matching grin. That sounds swell.
That's fantastic.
That would be lovely, Cliff. Mom tried to hide her amusement behind her head, but she couldn't stop a snicker that slipped out. Oh boy. I want to see them. It's been too long since I saw Little Cove. Mr. Holden met your gaze with a soft look that told you that he was thinking the same thing. I bet this will be a gold mine of entertainment. Cove buried his face in his hand and sighed slowly, his shoulders deflated in defeat. Fine, we can take a look. Everyone happy with pictures time? Yay! Yes! They both excitedly raised a fist in victory. Smaller cheers from your friends and family worked their way around the room. And even you bounced up to your feet excitedly. Cole's dad flipped open his faded album of physical pictures. He held it up to his face. The corners of his eyes crinkled, and thought the book covered much of his face. And though the book, yeah, you were certain that he was smiling fondly, but he didn't keep it to himself long. Laying the family album on the dining table, you and the rest of the party gathered around to get a peek. Oh, he's so cute! The first picture on the first page was Baby Cove in a cute little onesie. I don't know. There were several coos and ahs from the group, and Cliff's eyes were shining with tears as he sniffled. He's grown so much. Baby's looking impressed. What's my darling angel? Make off his eye with a fond smile, and you saw the second breath caught. His mouth twitched until he let himself accept the compliment. Cove held himself even taller, pleased and uplifted by your comment. You reached out, placing a hand on his arm and giving him a gentle squeeze, feeling as grateful as always to be with him. Thanks, Jamie. After breakfast and photo showcase, everyone decided to stick around. Hanging around Mr. Holden's house, 22 taking a walk around the neighborhood, and then the lunch you switched over to your mom's condo. It was a really good time, enjoying each other's company, but eventually the sun began to set, and there was nothing else to delay your friends and family from coming home. Inside your mom's house, the home you had been raised in, the group was taking their time saying goodbye. It was tough for you, your family, your friends. You knew what was weighing on the mood. It might be some time before you see one another again. It was a pleasure having you all here, and you're welcome to come around again anytime. Ma wrapped an arm around Mom with a light chuckle. Mom leaned her head gently onto her wife, and they both beamed.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I know we're all adults with our own hectic lives, but we appreciate the time taken to visit. Snorting, Liz crossed her arm. She leaned one hip out to the side, while her lips curled teasingly. You made it sound like this was such a struggle. Some of these people still live here, and it was a vacation from everyone else. Even so, it was very thoughtful, and I hope everyone has a safe trip home. Kira clapped a hand on Cliff's shoulder. He was puzzled as she leaned in so he could hear her. Last minute you do, it's dangerous crossing the street. Remember to look both ways. Hey now. Yeah, good luck with all the putting ground stuff. Now get out of my house. I'm sure you'll have to do when you're all out of here. Definitely, I'll give updates next time something exciting happen, or something lame so I can vent about it. How nice, I'm glad Lee won't be forgetting the little people. Never ever. I'll keep in touch too. You better.
Nice.
Welp,
Me and Randy aren't going far, so we can keep an eye on the town for the rest of ya. Nothing will get past us. Right, we'll make sure everything is okay. No need to worry at all.
Thanks.
That's kind of you. Smash. Miranda and Terry gave each other pleased smiles, already committing to a self-appointed task. Derek scratched the back of his head, wearing a pensive look. It's always sad when I had to leave this town. It's something too often, but at least there will be people looking out for Sunset Bird. That really makes me feel better about it. After a pause, Mr. Holden gave the younger folks a thumbs up.
Great.
That's all great. You've got a lot to be proud of and a lot to be looking forward to. Now let me get back to my house. Goodbye. Well said, Cliff. I'm thankful that I've been privileged to witness the growth you've undergone over the years. You've each matured beautifully. Cove was touched by his parents' word and struggled to come up with something to follow. Yeah, it's been good seeing everyone. No one had taken a step yet and couldn't put this off any longer. It was time to say goodbye. Goodbye. Word came out quietly and heavy with emotion when you meant to let out, but you meant the full weight of it. Everyone there was someone who played a big role in your life, and you couldn't imagine a day without them present physically or in your memory. Knowing that it was time to go was starting to choke you up. Immediately, your mom pulled you into a big hug. Even with your eye closed, you were sure that the calming hug rubbing down your back was Liz. Afterwards, there were more sniffling hugs, a lot of hugs. Then people started trailing out to the street, seeing each other off. Your friends and family got into their cars and left the neighborhood. By the time things had fully settled, you realized that the sun had set. Earlier, you and Cove decided on having a car pick you up both. Neither of you wanted to bother your parents after such a long day. It would be a little while longer before it would be there though. It was the right choice, as both set of parents shot you wary looks. The four seemed ready to call it a night. It didn't take either you or Cove, very long to assure them that it was okay to head home and go to bed. With one more round of goodnight and goodbyes, your family returns to the condos. Then the only people left on the street were you and Cove. Cove closed his eyes, humming happily, while he waited for it to pass. He stared up at the sky. Cove's hands were in his pockets, and his shoulder relaxed and he caught your attention with a tilt of his head.
So,
Can you guess what I'm thinking? Your bed? Well, at that moment you were in the neighborhood. You growed up in together with some time to spare. You rolled your shoulder back and pretended to crack a few of your knuckles. An amused look fidgeted on Cove's face while he observed you silently. Could you perhaps be thinking that the fireflies are out now?
right.
Right. Do you want to go to the poppy hills before we leave? Always. There was an eager bounce in your steps as you and Cove crossed over towards the hill behind your mom's house. Side by side, you stared out at the viewing hall. As you imagine, the hill was dotted with the glowing firefly light. It perfectly reflected the memories of childhood held closely in your mind. Cove sighed contentedly, seeing them across the hill, waving in around the blaze of grass and the stars above. Eventually, Cove moved his attention back to you again. There was a dazzling brightness that in his expression that quickly morphed into something more mischievous. Wanna catch one? He asked, raising a curious eyebrow. Then he didn't wait for you to respond. Cove bolted off after the first firefly that happened to dart past his nose. It's on. Kicking up a bit of dirt and leaves, you bolted in the opposite direction after a few fireflies that captured your attention. The first one that flitted into your range, you dove for it. Did you get one? They escaped between your fingers, but that didn't dim a second of your fun. You shook your head, trying to find your next target. The next one, I can feel it. Unless you're feeling my future victory. Out of the corner of your eye, you watched Cove get spun nearly around, falling one that was staying just out of reach. Chuckling, you crouched down low, searching the air. The pursuit of fireflies continued until a handful had been caught. Cove crossed over to you with a bright grin that could rival every twinkling bug and star around you. Cupped between both his hands, Cove carefully held the firefly. The corner of his mouth twisted before a few giggles escaped him, and you knew that feeling well. A wave of fireflies could buzz around, tickling the palm of your hands. Cove's eyelid fluttered open, meeting yours. He watched you with a complicated mix of emotion, heavy with the weight of 15 years of history of memories. It's really a relief that I got to see the fireflies. This trip wouldn't have felt complete without it. Yeah, I think you're right. You spotted another firefly lowering to your eye level before looping up to the top of Cove's head. It landed right on his hair, and you smirked. What? You have a very tiny firefly hat. I do? Before you could answer, the firefly took off and disappeared into the night. You gave it a tiny wave goodbye. Well, that didn't last very long. That's too bad. I remember them as my tiny hat forever. Me too. That's cute. A tiny little hat. Taking a deep breath, Cove held your eye. He appeared to be conflicted about what he wanted to say next, and you waited for him to make his choice. It's so strange not to live here anymore. Most of my life, neither of us were ever really away from Sunset Bird, well, unless one of us went on a trip somewhere, or when both families took trips together, remember that? He chuckled, losing himself to fun reminiscing. Couldn't help but match his grin. I like that road trip one a lot, though I don't think we all could question to that over again. We're all too big. Laughing, Cove shook his head. His brows seized the longer he sat with the thought spinning in his brain. Those visits back then with my mom, I remember what a big deal they felt like then. To be away from here without anyone else coming for a whole few weeks. Oh, how little I knew. What did you used to tell your mom about me when you were on the trip to see her? Yeah, I'm curious. Thrown a little off kilter, Cove hadn't been expecting that question at all. Both of his eyebrows raised, and part of you wondered if you had somehow spoken gibberish instead. Honestly, I've been wondering about it since I was 13. Kira always kept the details to herself, and you never said a word either.
Well...
Yes? Cove couldn't meet your stare for a second longer. Bashfully, he turned away, and his voice grew smaller. Mostly, I just tell her about the times we hang out, but I know I was pretty enthusiastic when I was, because you are someone really special to me. And I admitted that much to my mom. Not sure if I used the word crush exactly, but she knew that you were the highlight of my own life. Aww. And look at that, you still are. He delivered the final thoughts earnestly enough that you stopped breathing altogether. Cove beamed at you, pleased with his confession. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for being my favorite story. After that, Cove became quiet, simply gazing into your face. The way the light around spark on his eyes reminded you of moonlight. Reflecting off the waves in the ocean. There was a depth to it that you could hardly grasp. A part of you felt compelled to speak, to do something, but you were entrenched. Cove held you completely in place as much as a firefly. Second ticked by, and you could visibly see tension building up inside your partner. There was a tremble in his stance, seized in his face, and a darkened red color appearing over his cheek. He breathed in slowly through his nose, squaring up his shoulder as he did. Okay. After he released the firefly back in the vase tonight, you flew up around him before darting away into the sky. But your gaze was fixated on him. He stood taller than before. I suddenly struck with emotion. The words crashed into Cove's throat. He smiled wryly and continued on. Remember what happened when I got here? The very first thing that started off our whole history together? The end of your mouth, of your mouth? Mouth? What? The end of your mouth crooked up to much Cove bent grin. $20. Right. That's master plan to pay to be my friend. That exact point of life was held safely in the library of your memories. The scene, the sensation, was all something you could never forget. Not because of what it was, but because of where it took you. The journey that began in that moment and brought you to where you stood now. The mischievous expression on your face softened from the warmth coming over you just thinking back and on it all. Cove was buoyed, whatever that word is, by the reaction, and he continued to say what he was on his mind.
So,
And do you remember what happened when I found out about the 20? Cove's tone was playful, possibly to try disguising, yes, the bashfully hopeful edge under the surface. He was much more. He was too blah 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 blah. He was much too transparent to hide that from you, though. Yeah, I did. Made him cry. And then my dad tried to cheer me up by giving us both a 20, at least a 2.5 for one. He recalled back on that summer evening so many years ago, when you and Cove were talking the very first tentative step of your relationship. It hadn't been easy, but you were grateful you decided to be honest with him from the start. And this present situation came rushing back to you as the pretense of nonchalance fell away from Cove's voice. With painfully delicate words, he asked another question. Do you know where that piece of money I got is now? You had best shut up. You had yours, but that was his keepsake to do what he wanted with what he wanted. With what? But that was his keepsake to do with what he wanted. Okay. But if he's asking that, then a sparkle smile that filled his whole face grew. The corner of his eyes crinkled with his rising cheek. Hey. Cove silently reached into his back pocket and pulled out a faded, ripped $20 bill. I'm tired of myself. I can't even read anymore. He held it in front of you with a gentle, loving expression. You still have it?
of course.
Of course. I always keep it in my wallet. It's irreplaceable. I thought about a lot of things that day I got this. My dad about the move away from where I was before to where I was then, and about you. He closed his eyes, sorting thought through the emotion you were certain were swirling around inside him. You were the person in the house across the street who was so new to me, someone I'd never even seen before that summer. But somehow, to me, you truly felt there. Seeing you, talking to you, being around you, it ended up being a natural part of everyday life so far. He had been speaking to you so familiarly, so sweetly, but then his tone became hard. It was more serious than you'd ever heard him in a long history together. Jimmy, this 20, it tells the truth. You're my other half. You have been since I was 8 years old. Cove. You may not have said it directly, but you had gotten the message clearer than he had shouted it from the rooftop, and Cove knew it. You beamed widely, covered your mouth with hand, breath caught in your throat, eyes began to water, to bawl, stunned. Breath in the throat. Cove's legs shook despite talking straight. His entire body had gone rigid. He winced while trying to force his joint to actually move. I want a Jamie in my life. Hey. I'm the Jamie though. What means you won't be? Hello? Hi. Your feet remained locked in place, turning in your own sea of emotions, giving Cove the time he needed. Ultimately, Cove gracefully dropped down onto both his knees with a muted thud. His head was hung low in embarrassment as he clutched onto your pant to stop from falling over entirely. Cove mumbled that you thought was an apology, though how he carried himself meant he was directed at the ground. He still couldn't move from that spot. Keeping a tight grip, he was able to awkwardly shift a leg lower so that he was being propped up on just one knee. There was a pause, and he looked up at you with eyes as blue and wide as the sea and just as wet. He released your clothes to instead put his hand over his heart. Jimmy, in a small, fragile voice he spoke.
I love you.
You mean so much to me. I don't even know what life would be without you. Tears fell heavily, and the voice dropped out as painfully. I'm sorry, have I ever been able to handle a major romantic moment in our relationship well? You don't have to answer that. I would say actually yes. Actually. He laughed briefly. He was almost more of a wheeze. I've never made things easy, especially when growing up. Life was so hard for me and I made things harder for everybody else. But you were always so good to me, no matter what. And I've loved you for so many years. He continued to sniffle as he made a few false continuation of unintelligible stammering. That's all very long words. Eventually, Cove found what he wanted to say next. Thank you for being my boyfriend. Oh, thank you for defending me from Jeremy. Thank you for never minding when I sneak over to your house through the window. Thank you for trying to share the loft with me instead of having to sleep on the floor when we went to that trip with our families, and sorry I got you caught. Thank you for putting up with me when I panic about stuff outside of my control. Cove's eyelids squeezed shut in as an attempt to stop himself from rambling further. Sure he was. You had to hide your face bashfully, you had to begin to tear up, you didn't know what to do with yourself. Yes, I'm not interrupting. Cove's outpouring of gratitude culminated in the final speech of appreciation.
Thanks for waiting for me.
I know I kept you waiting so long. He took in a slow, controlled breath and then, without stuttering or stopping, said the words out loud.
Will you marry me?
Oh, we even voiced it. Nothing one more? Yes. Would be happy to. Of course, finally. I bet I will. Not joyfully. What the heck? Yeah, it ends by marriage. Just yes, you know, just say the yes. No. That's Jamie answering. No, not me. I'm just clicking on the yes. Cove collapsed forward, catching himself with his hand before landing face first into the grass. The poppies around his face fluttered from his green side of relief. Oh my god, thank you. Eyes filled with fresh tears, he lifted his head back up to smile at you with all the love in the world. Thank you. That's all I have been saying this whole time. I'm sorry, but just thank you for being there and being the one I get to be with. Somehow all you could think was that it was him, Cove Holden, the man you loved, and now the person you were going to marry. You know what I can't stop thinking about? Imagine having to say, Jamie Horny Jail. Horny Jail, will you marry me? You just imagine it. I don't know if I could keep my serious if I had to say Horny Jail. You should just marry me in the cellar, you know? Just marry me in my basement, you know? You don't have to apologize. Then embraced him, pulled him forward to a kiss, got drawn to the grass and kissed him. You smiled from the bottom of my heart. Yes, smile. The struggle of Onija. Kinda true. You felt untouchable in your happiness. Your smile widened possibly, and was reflected back at you in Cove's adoring expression. The place where you met, where you grew, where you fell in love, was now a place where you shared life together truly began. Your eyes drifted close to let yourself experience it, to anchor yourself in this moment and hold on for as long as possible. You, the both of you, never wanted to let go. You were certain of it. The rest of your days would be spent side by side. It was all you could hope for. With the thrilling excitement of your new engagement, relaxed back into the more familiar style of gentle comfort, your relationship brought Cove stood up. He offered you a hand so you could rise him. You were more than willing to place your hand on his. Then he lifted you up. Oh, and I do have a ring too if you want that. It's just, sentimentality. We have 20 felt better to me. Ghost chuckled bashfully, picking a stray strand of grass off his pant. You were thrilled by the turn of events that unfolded here. The dream had been for Cove to propose, and he never disappointed you. I mean, look at his booba. How can this man disappoint you, Look at his booba. Suddenly, Cove, now wide eyes, snapped to yours. How are you gonna tell people that we're leaving early in the morning and it's already late now? Should we try talking before we go? The two of you put your hands together to come to some kind of decision for this predicament. Maybe we could try calling our mom's home phone? If they hear that, it meant... You mean they haven't gone to bed yet? If they don't, they probably won't even know it rang. Calling their cell phone might wake them up. And I could do the same for Dad's house. Yeah, that could work. In sync, you and Cove dug out yourself and began to call the respective homes of your families. Cove stepped to the side as his father presumably picked up. He couldn't pay attention to his words for long as your mom answered your call next.
Hello.
From the jail residence, how can I help you? Send me to jail. Hi mom, it's me. I want to see if you were awake without worrying you if you're going to bed. Yeah, who rates such a thoughtful person? I'm impressed. She chuckled at her own comment while getting quieter. You could tell she was pulling her face away from the receiver. Danny, Jenny's on the phone. Jeremy's on the phone. When she spoke again, it came out in loud and clear. She's come on over. You twisted your head to the side to hear Cove's exclamation. I saw him tap on the screen to switch things to speaker mode. Say hi to Dad, Mom. Jimmy's here and saw his mom sort of on the phone too. You quickly followed Cove's move and let your phone be on the speaker. Hey, Honey Gel family. Good evening, ladies. Hello, it's nice to hear from you. Agreed, even though it's unexpected. What's happening, kiddos? Well, the thing is, wait, I'm gonna call Liz. Get your phone, gonna call Liz. Oh boy. What? We don't have to do that. I want to see this. This is... They're going to enjoy hearing it, isn't it? I'm certainly we won't mind. I mean...
Alright.
In that case, Kira and I could call your friends. I've got the numbers. Seriously? Why is everybody calling everybody? Of course, they had to call me plenty of times to try reaching you whenever you misplaced your phone or forgot to charge. Dad. An awkward smile crept on your face as you tried to absorb what was happening. Your parents got to work, leaving the old landlines on while they used this cell to call Liz, Miranda, and Terry's apartment and Derek's respectively. Every call went through as soon as the whole main group was on the line. And they were expecting answers. There was no putting it off. You know what? Let him do it. He instantly understood. You didn't even have to break out the puppy dog eyes. He sputtered a string of syllables and then cleared his throat. All false thoughts, he felt better off. You could feel his brain turning, Cove deciding the best way to approach this. His breath throat deep and then, with his expression in tone serious, he finally got out without a trace of hesitation. We're getting married. Jim and I are engaged. Cove reached over to take your hand as a physical sign of your union. Even though no one could see it, you made him feel better. The hill filled with cheer and congratulation. You heard Terry's distinctive whoop, and your mom started to joyfully whisper to each other away from the receiver. Lee squealed and Kira cooed. What? There was no confusion or need for pause. Everyone in your life was immediately on board with your plans. Cove turned his head and beamed at you, excitement in his smile. He was coupled with a fond squeeze to your hand. You grinned back at him.
I'm so glad.
So proud of you, Cove. The two of you are going to be happy, I'm sure of it. Dad. Cove sniffled, eyes wide in emotion. No. Yeah, I will be. Both of us will be. Kira spoke gently.
Thank you.
Thank you for being so wonderful to my baby. I'm lucky and grateful that you're going to be a part of my life forever. Well put, Kira. Jimmy is a keeper for sure. Ah, thank you. Your family, blah 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 blah. Your family couldn't stay quiet for long and began to chime in. I can't believe how grown up you are. I couldn't be happier with how it all happened. Congratulations, Jamie. You're one of the smartest cookies out there. You're making an amazing life for yourself.
Seriously?
This is totally amazing. You're seriously getting married. It's like we're real adults and all that. Yeah, it'd almost be hard to believe that my baby brother is marrying a person, you know? If Cove wasn't such an obvious choice for as a husband for you. Shut up. Her tone turned abnormally gentle. You're doing good. Thanks for the positive rating.
You're welcome.
Ooh, nice voice. Lee giggled and your mom's had some chuckle. Cove stood awkwardly, not entirely sure if he or Liz was being laughed at. Your three friends had stayed silent. You believed that they were intentionally giving your family a chance to have a moment. But once they said their piece, it didn't take long for your friend to jump into the conversation excitedly. Congratulations on the engagement. Crazy how we're really at this point in our lives. Some days we feel like high school was yesterday.
So great.
But it's great. You both are definitely Sunset Bird's best couple. Terry added on eagerly. You're the inspiration. I'm stoked that you're gonna be official. This is a big step, but I bet you've more than earned it with everything you've been through over the years. You both deserve to be with each other and for the rest of your lives. Cove had a weepy before, but this sealed it. He cried. Everyone's words had built up and collapsed into Cove, shedding the happiest tears he's ever seen. Thank you. These were people you cared dearly about, and they were so happy from your engagement. It was heartwarming. Good luck, kiddos. You've got a journey ahead of you. Cliff agreed with a chuckle. We've known each other for 15 years already, and still haven't gotten sick of each other yet. How hard could making it work for the rest of your lives be?
It's no trouble.
For the two of them, not difficult at all. Thank you. Just end it, please. This is long enough. This means a lot that you're here for us. Cove nodded beside you with a wintry smile. Of course, what else is family for? But ultimately, the night was growing late and the many phone calls all had to come to an end. After goodbyes were shared, you were left with just one another again in the quiet space of Poppy Hills. I think that was nice. Me too.
Well,
We have to go to the hotel now, huh? Yeah. You took one last look at everything around you. Breathing in summer air, in the summer air, in the summer air. The ocean salt tickled your nose. Take care of the hill for us, little fireflies. True, take care of that hill for us. Trailing a few steps behind Cove, you looked back down the hill. You spotted your childhood home immediately. I'm grateful you could come home here, and see how things are without us. It was nice.
Yeah.
With Cove right here, along with you, you made your way down the hill. With the same star above trailing the way you last night in Sunset Bird was closing out. You were lost deep within a dream, adrift in the current of your unconscious mind. Cove was with you even there, your presence strong as your mind flitted from scene to scene. The logic of the conscious world melted around you. And then we got kidnapped, killed, and it's the end of the game. Something jolted you from your slumber, the vision you'd constructed slipping away even as you scrambled to catch them. It had been a good dream. You opened your eyes to an unlit, unfamiliar ceiling. The darkness permitted the room so thoroughly, whatever, that you were sure it was still the middle of the night. As your eyes adjusted to what little light there was to catch onto, a small face cozied itself right above you. There he was.
Jamie!
Good morning, Jamie. The grin was bright enough to make it seem like maybe the sun had risen after all. Alagon, you simply could not cope with this much energy radiating from off him right now. Cove laughed at your response. Sorry. The word slipped so easily from his lips that you knew he did not feel sorry at all. It was too late for this. With any luck, Cove would take your not so subtle hint and try again after you had gotten a decent night's rest. But you were without luck, as Cove made no attempt to leave you be. I'm guessing you woke me up for some reason. Are you gonna let me be now? Well, this is our last day here. Everyone might still be asleep. But if you get up now, we can at least see the neighborhood. Do you want to? Why not?
All right.
Great. Then he held out one of his hands to help you get up too. Both arms were Dusty asking him to lift you up. Yes, lift me up. Cove complied, crouching down to scoop you up before gently setting you down again. Before you could head out, you and Cove both needed to get dressed. You did so quietly. The strangeness of the hour meant that your bodies seemed less coordinated than usual. Each article of clothing, a new puzzle, but you managed it. The two of you were eventually ready to head out into the wide world. Dawn, I'm tired of myself. Dawn still hadn't broke when you left the hotel, yet it was easy enough to get a ride down into Sunset Bird. The journey was peaceful. You might have expected sleep to attempt to claim you once again. With the sky still so dark, but Cove's excited energy was infectious. Morning was finally starting to come over Sunset Bird as you arrived, almost like the sun itself wanted to be there to welcome you. Cove turned towards you, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. One more summer beach trip? You laughed, nodded to reassure him, as if there was any alternative now that you were here and he was looking at you so eagerly. Yeah, one more. You could have taken your time getting there, dawdling under the morning sun, and you could have taken the short walk at a regular pace. And both of you would have been just right for some other occasion. But this time, without either of you saying a word, you and Cove set off sprinting. The two of you tore gleefully down the street towards the beach, as excited as ungainly as the kids you'd once been. You were laughing with joy at the absurdity of it all, being here at the break of dawn with a boy who'd once discovered on the nearby hill who never completely grew up. It was still early, You did your best to keep voice noise down. To the side, you saw Cove covering his mouth to stifle his own giggle, similarly aware of the people sleeping in the condos around you. I'm head to bed now, pretty late, and it got work, so he... Yeah, go to bed, go to bed. Thank you for being here, Butter. Thank you, Butter. I mean, technically you're in my basement, so you can't go to work, but yes, go to sleep. Have a good night. Thank you for being here. You thought of what the mean old not grandparents would have said if they could see you now. Have a good rest of your stream. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. Wink, wink. Wink, wink, wink. Normally, if you're okay. If you're feeling better. By the way, I hope you feel better. I hope your sickness is not getting worse. But yeah, good night. You thought of what the male good parents would have said if they could see you now. All you could do was continue running and stumbling down towards the beach, away from the residents and the sleeping occupants. It was only a few minutes before you arrived at the expansive ocean shore. Cove kicked off his shoes and strode right into the water, not stopping until his feet were entirely submerged and the wave tickled his ankles. After slipping your shoes off and let the sea flow over you, it was cool against your skin, but not as cold as when the wave pulled back and your feet wet were exposed to the air again. Yes, I hate that. The two of you stood there, watching as the sun continued its ascent over the horizon. Silence fell between you until finally, dawn had fully broken. Even then, Ko spoke in a whisper.
Wow.
I believe it's over. He did not go fast. This is my 8th stream, please. Please. It did not go fast. It was a very long game, but I loved it. Why you sound like a kid again? That's a good enough, he shrugged. I can't either. A ghost of a smile crept over Cove's face, like the sun speaking out between clouds on an overcast day. Oh. Ah. By the way, I'm noticing that my dear Nightbot is not working again. Why not? Let me do a quick thing. Huh? Yeah, Nightbot is not doing the timer thing. He's doing the commands, but not with Nightbot. Nightbot is sound asleep. I wish he wasn't, truly. Gove reached out and enveloped your hand in his, pressing your palm together tightly. The silence returned just for a second. I'm glad you came this morning, and that we came on this whole visit back.
I'm so glad.
But more than anything, I'm glad that ending up in this town in the first place, where I got to grow up with a really nice neighbor. I wouldn't want it any other life. Thank you. Uptime. Ooh. Thank you for being here the whole time. Thank you, thank you. Cove looked over at you out of the corner of his eyes, not turning his face away from the sea. His expression was full of affection, from the gentle curve of his smile to his clean, contented brow. There was a stark contrast to the tear rolling down his cheek.
I love you.
Thank you, Night 2, for being here the whole time. I love you. I counted yourself lucky. Even though, true, I do love you guys and I do find myself lucky. I do find myself blessed for having you guys watching me. So thank you. You will? Yep, watch time doesn't want to work. Yep, that one is not working apparently. You counted yourself lucky, even though you were leaving now. This place had gifted you so much that you'd carry with you whenever life might take you. You guys have spent 0 second watching me. Kinda cruel, you know. Kinda on my stream just tell me that. That's kinda cruel. I'm joking, of course. The memories you'd made, the lesson you'd learned, the people you'd built relationship with, you keep those pieces of your life in Sunset Bird forever. You stood with Cove, silently watching as bright rays swept away the last of the night's shadow until the day truly arrived. Your spirit was high as the sun rose, even higher in the sky. The two of you had found yourself meandering back to the neighborhood street of Sandy's feet, strolling down the path just as you'd done thousands of times before. It was where it all started. You were compelled to look at the exact spot you'd first encountered Mr. Holden sitting dejected on the curb. He wasn't like that anymore. Still, you couldn't forget the day it began, just as you couldn't believe what an adventure led to. True, I'm getting apparently married. Things had never been the same since that moment, and you couldn't be happier for it. Your mental lingering of that meeting had turned physical, causing you to stop in your tracks. It was only when you heard Co's voice calling your name that you remembered when you were and you realized what you'd done. And what present it was, a shining sun, a clear blue sky, and Cove at your side. All the most natural thing in the world. So, what's the next step? You watched Cove expectantly, waiting for him to guide you forward from here. There was a crinkle around his eyes as he laughed. It's up to you now. Ooh, exciting. You begin to think where the two of you should visit next. Cove perked up, energized by your enthusiasm. I'm listening. No matter how much time might pass, there were some things that you could count on to be constant. Cove, your family, his family, and all your other loved ones being there for you when you needed it was one of the things since the beginning and for always. Knowing that they were there, you would never be truly alone, made the future look all that much brighter. Hey yo. To eat. I would say this for the sussy moments because I've done that all along, but I actually won Poppy Hill or I'm hesitating. Saucy or wholesome? Saucy, wholesome, saucy, wholesome, saucy, wholesome, saucy, wholesome, saucy, wholesome. Okay, wholesome. The view from there on a day like today would be magnificent. Not to mention that a part of you aged to return to the place where you first met. Cove nodded, his gaze shifting from you to roam across the little place that you'd both call home. There's a lot of that's still out there in the world. A lot of different ways things could go in the future, but for this, I think that'd be the perfect choice. You beamed. His approval of your suggestion lifted your spirits ever higher. Your day grew up in the Sunset Bird had been wonderful. Even the prospect of leaving again made your chest ache, yet you weren't going to let that stop you. It would be hard, but you knew that it would still be there, waiting whenever you wanted to return. Cove facing Cove, who'd been by your side through it all, you knew that one day you'd look back on those moments just now, just as you fondly reminisced about your childhood growing up here. Each happy moment you experienced became only a memory of what used to be. But that was what life was, and it was okay. As it was from the beginning and continued that way for always. Life took another step forward. Thank you, game. Oh, NetBob is working. Oh, the end. The end. We did the end. Gallery. Oh, I don't have all of them, but I have a... Ooh, I have all of these though. Yep, the end. Next time we'll play this game will be the wedding. I think that's probably the best, like to close Cove history with the wedding. But that won't be soon. Because I don't have it. New Game Plus? Sir? Maybe on my own, but not on stream, because New Game Plus would be another 8 stream, and but maybe, who knows? Maybe in a long time, you know, maybe like in 2 years, where we want to go back to this game, maybe. But yeah, one day we'll do the DLCs, absolutely. I don't know when though. So yeah, just yeah, I don't know when, but one day, all 3 of them. So yeah, let's change scene. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the game. I personally did. I really did. I enjoyed this moment with adventure, with those characters. I really did. Was nice. Was nice. It was amazing. Yeah, it was a very nice story. Like some of the moments were really like touching. Like really, really. Yeah, I'll have a good memory of this game. I'm glad I had it. I'm glad. I think I had it like for free, and like I as soon as I read like the like thing on Steam, and also like I saw the trailer, I was like, yes, and I threw myself on it, and I don't regret it. I like from that moment I already knew I would like the game. It just gave off vibe, but I was like, yep, 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 absolutely, absolutely, yes. Yeah, so I guess it is time to slowly go and say goodbye. Obviously, the VODs will be on YouTube. All of the past VODs already are, obviously. So if you want to check the whole thing, or if you one day you miss Cove, you can always go back to listen, you know? Always, always. It feels good to have finished this game. I don't know, it just feels good. But it means I have to do something next week. Something different. So yeah, thank you guys for watching me today. Thank you, thank you. Thank you all of you. It means a lot. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you. And now it is late for all of us, so we'll go. I would not you all go to bed. Maybe, I don't know. Actually, I don't know actually. And but before I go, let's raid. Who can we raid? Let me check. Let me check. Let me check. Let me check. Check. Let me check. Oh, there's Mama-in-law. No, not Mama-in-law. Just Mama. What the hell? What the hell am I saying? Oh yeah. Mama is having a whole show. Huh. I'll raid Mama. Eina Mama. So she's having a improv acting game with some of her friends. So yeah, obviously Mama is there, Mama-in-law, and also Haya. So you go say hello to them. Thank you guys for watching. Normally I stream tomorrow with Butter if he's feeling okay. because he was sick the last few days. So if he's feeling okay, we'll do it. If he's not feeling okay, I'll see you the day after, and we'll do the thing next week if he's feeling okay by then. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this, and again, thank you for watching. Feel free to join Discord, just read the rules and validate them. Feel free to follow me on Twitter. Feel free to check out my YouTube VOD channel. Is it my YouTube VOD channel or just my normal channel? I need to add the VOD, I think. But whatever, it's fine. It's fine. Thank you for stream. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you. And see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Go give lots of love to Eina Mama, okay?